Ajah, the Managing Director, Mayor and Baker, who took that little boy and has made of him whatever you see today. You're welcome, sir. Let's appreciate Patrick Ajah, PA as we know him in the Pfizer days. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Indeed, the young shall grow. The chairman of today's occasion, our very special guests, the president of PSN, and past presidents of PSN, fathers of the industry. When the chairman of NAIP comes, he will set up the proper protocol. So please, if this protocol is not proper, the chairman of NAIP is going to set up the proper protocol. Please, can we clap for the chairman of NAIP? Like Shina said, some of us are still growing up. And that story Shina was telling, I will expand a little bit on that story because when I used to pick him from Unilag after the IT, back then I used to do the things that Shina does in the industry. Then right from the university, left university, anytime there is a function. In fact, if the MC fails to turn up and I show up, they say, climb the podium. So I was looking for somebody when I leave that who is going to be doing it. So when they say, do anything you want with him, I knew that I was going to groom somebody who, if they are looking for somebody like it happened this time, I said, don't worry, Shina is going to do it. Can we clap for Shina? And that was how, in 2002, PSN, Lagos State PSN Conference, Airport Hotel, Ikeja, somebody was to give the keynote speech. And of course, he's a very intelligent man. And there were a whole lot of things happening that day. But there was a problem. The wife of the governor was supposed to be around. We already had a deputy governor from Kwara State who is a pharmacist present. And they said we couldn't start because the wife of the governor has not come, that she has to come before we sing the national anthem. So I helped them to manage the occasion. I was not the MC, but I saw that the MCs were not very good at managing such occasions, so I managed the occasion. I had an assignment I was supposed to do, so we managed the occasion. And that day, I was to read the citation of the keynote speaker, 2002. My MD was on the podium. The father of pharmacy, Prince Julius Adelusi, was on the podium, deputy governor on the podium, governor's wife was to be on the podium, and so many of them were to be on the podium. And I came to read the keynote, the citation of the keynote speaker. And the keynote speaker that day, when I looked at the citation, I saw that this is not an ordinary citation. I mean, if you made the first class in University Pharmacy, you must be a special person. You will know. And when I saw that and saw some other things, I rephrased that citation. And by the time I finished reading that citation, 5 people were struggling for who I was going to be working for. And the citation I read was the citation of the chairman of today's occasion, Dr. Odumodu. I'm sure he doesn't remember, because when I finished, he invited me to come to his office. And I went to his office, and we talked. In fact, the MD of EMSO was struggling with them, because she said, bring the citation you read to my office. Pharmacy is a great profession. Pharmacy is a great profession. And any pharmacist who has passed through, like he said, the young shall grow, will learn all the things we learn from our fathers in the pharmacy, and we go to other places. We always shine. And I know today we have records of people who have left pharmacy, gone out of the industry, and they were high flyers. Calixtus is here. Calixtus was in MTN, and of course, you know, and so many of us. I was in Guinness. I was in so many other places. I was in Globacom and all of that. So ladies and gentlemen, this is one of such functions. I want to believe by the caliber of people we have in this function today, many other younger pharmacists are going to leave here better than they were before they joined here, because I know of the people that are going to mount this podium. So I want to thank you. My speech is on page 13. Since it's already there, I don't need to read it. So please just find time to read it when you can. I'm just here to say thank you for honoring this invitation. Thank you for making this a reality, because it was difficult. You know how the country is now. It was difficult. We didn't have much time, but I want to appreciate all the CEOs, all the companies that supported us. We called some of you at very difficult times, and you responded. So if your advert is on this brochure, this thank you goes to you, because you helped us to make this happen. I want to thank the NAIP ESCO, who trusted us to be able to organize this. I want to thank my committee members who had to make a lot of sacrifices for this to happen. I really want our special guests, because many of them were busy in Abuja trying to juggle things, but they are all here. I'm convinced of one thing. Like one of my friends already told me. He said ordinarily he wouldn't have been here, but when he saw the topic for this conference, he knew that that was the theme for the now, and he made sure he was here. The challenges we are going through as a country and as an industry is enormous, and that's why we've assembled these great minds with varied experiences to come and tell us the way forward. I know the government is struggling, but I wish the government has somebody in this place that will go back and tell them the people you need, they are the people that I saw in Providence. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for being part of this NAIP summit. Please, the program is packed, quite all right, but it's really packed for our benefit. Enjoy while you're here, and I'm sure at the end of the day, your business would have moved a step forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, I will be inviting the national chairman of NAIP to give us his chairman's opening remarks. With a round of applause, please join me in welcoming Pharmacist Ken Onuegbu as he comes to give us the chairman's opening remarks. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, good morning, wonderful audience. Shina has already given me a major task to establish the normal protocol, which I don't understand anyway. But let me start by, first of all, acknowledging the presence of our chairman for today, Dr. Odumodu Joseph. And when we called him to handle this specific role for us, he did not hesitate even a second in taking up that responsibility. And sir, we appreciate your presence today. God will continue to bless you. And of course, I must also thank our one and only president, Professor Usifoh. He has been very, very good to NAIP, I must confess. There is no single activity we have conducted without our president being there. So, Mr. President, I know what you have gone through. Both of us were in Abuja on Sunday for NEC meeting. Monday was council meeting. Still, you finished and you left Abuja to join us. That shows the level of commitment you have. Honestly, thank you very much, my dear president. Of course, I cannot also fail to recognize our President Emeritus, Pharmacist Ibrahim Yakasai, a man with a very large heart. You see him almost everywhere, getting younger every day. And another very good friend to NAIP. And today, you will see him in action during the later part of the program. President Emeritus, we appreciate you quite a lot. I must give special credence to NAIP past chairman. Without them, honestly, some of these beautiful programs we are running out today wouldn't have been possible. And looking at the hall today, I think I've seen my immediate past chairman, Pharmacist IG. I've not seen him, and I think he's around. He just walked out. Of course, Dr. Lolojo, who has, please, can you stand up to be recognized? When you cannot write the history of NAIP without mentioning Dr. Lolojo, and of course, our past chairman. Most of them are joining as quickly as possible. I want to also observe all other protocols. We have a lot of captains of industry, CEOs. This program is for all of us. It's not about, in short, you are not a guest to this program. This is a NAIP activity. So we appreciate every captain of industry here present. And with due time, I know we are going to recognize each and every one of you one by one. My welcome speech is on page 15. And of course, it is open for you all to read. But let me say this. We are passing, Nigeria as a country, we are passing a very difficult time. They say tough times never last, but tough people do. I want to assure you that let us develop the skin of resilience. Let us come up with tougher strategies that will help us to survive this turbulent time. All over the world, medicines are classified under what we call national security matters. And why you see a lot of nations moving forward is because they take it up as a national security matters. Nations that are thriving make drug-related matters to be a national issue. So the government go to the extent of investing heavily in supporting local construction of companies and doing everything humanly possible to support the flow, creating the necessary infrastructures, the environment that will make companies to thrive. Unfortunately, our case here is totally different. And that's why we are where we find ourselves today. Companies have been living in droves. A lot of companies are distressed. We cannot talk of what will happen tomorrow. And that's why I like this basic concept of starting every year in 9 calendar with what we call economic outlook, which gives us an idea of the performance of the economy the previous year, giving us a better prognosis of what we are going to see the subsequent years. And I want to believe that NAIP will continue this tradition because that's really helpful. And today, honestly, we have assembled a group of experts who have passed through the terrain. Pharmacist Victor, who will be coming here in a short while to address us, is an embodiment of knowledge. And I want to believe that at the end of the day, the panel of discussants will guide us and give us some tidbits how we can weather the storm. Ladies and gentlemen, let me finally say that NAIP moving forward, we need the commitment of everybody seated here. We need ideas. We have always canvassed that the only way a nation can move radically forward is not by embracing importation of finished pharmaceutical formulations. No way. It will not guarantee us the availability of essential medicine. The only way we can do that, we continue to maintain that information, is through API production, active pharmaceutical ingredient production. There's not a single one in the country, and it's not a good story to tell about the country. I know it's a tough one, but they say a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. Let's start somewhere. By the time we have 1 or 2 API producing factories in the country, before you know it, we have grown to 10. When we have done that, I want to believe too that the regulatory authorities will make the establishment of local manufacturing companies as comfortable and easy as possible. Nobody is trying to dilute the issue of quality and the regulation. We are not saying do not, but let's create an environment that is very, very friendly to the operators in Nigeria. Looking at what we have today, a lot of my members are complaining. We have companies, factories that have been established for one thing or the other, they have not taken off. And I want to assure that, or encourage them to continue. Winners don't quit, and quitters don't win. So if we do that, encouraging API, encouraging as many manufacturing companies as possible, and those who have manufacturing facilities to encourage the younger ones like us to engage in contract manufacturing arrangement. By so doing, honestly, I can assure you that most of the essential medicine in Nigeria will be locally available and will be less dependent on foreign countries for our survival. So I want to end my presentation by appreciating almost everybody here, particularly my executives. Please, if you are executive of NAIP, can you stand up briefly? NAIP executive members. I'm seeing quite a lot. These are the wonderful people. They make it happen. God bless you all, and thank you. Sheena, where is Sheena?
Thank you very much, my chairman. The only part that confused me small in your speech was when you said that they should allow you, the young ones. I can't wonder. If person who they call Oga Ken, he said I'm a young one, then they never born me. But that was on a lighter note. If you want to remain with We the YPG, you are welcome. We are live members of YPG, even though sometimes some small white hair want to say contrary, but we know better. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to do a few more introductions. Join me in welcoming the National Chairman, Association of Hospital and Administrative Pharmacists of Nigeria, Pharmacist Bode Ogunjemiyo. Please stand up for recognition. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much for honoring this invitation. With us, we have the Chairman, Lagos State FPSN, Pharmacist Babayemi Oyekunle. Could you please stand for recognition, sir? You're welcome into our midst. While the last presentation was going on, one of our panelists also came into the room. Join me in welcoming Pharmacist Amaka Onyemelukwe. She's here in our midst. Could you please rise for recognition? You're welcome, madam. We have here representing the DG of NAFDAC. He's the Director of Drug Evaluation and Research, Pharmacist Amuda Kayode. Could you please stand for recognition, sir? Ladies and gentlemen, and get ready. While the presentation was also going on, we had come into our midst. It was he by himself when I saw it in one of the database collation exercises going on. They by the Christian, the living ancestors of the pharmacy profession. Join me welcoming Pharmacist Ifeanyi Atoyi into our midst. You're welcome, sir. 80 plus and going stronger. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite PBR to come take the first presentation for this program. Let's appreciate them as they come forward. Let's appreciate PBR. They're part of the sponsors of this event with this participation. And your time starts now.
All right. Thank you. So good morning to the PSM president, all past PSM presidents, here. Our national chairman of NAIP and the executive members, the chairman of today's event, the guest speakers and panelists, all CEOs and MDs present, distinguished audience. My name is Adeoye Shobande, and I work with PBR Life Sciences. Okay. All right. So today, shortly, I'll be speaking to us about leveraging data as a strategic lever to navigate economic headwinds. And I think this is very quite apt, also considering the topic of conversation today. And for me to be able to do justice, to that topic, I'll be talking a little bit about PBR Life Sciences, who we are. We would also be talking about some critical questions that I know that is usually on the minds of pharma business leaders, both in Nigeria and in other parts of emerging markets. And then we'll be looking at PBR solutions and how we can offer value. And if there's time, we'll be able to take questions and answers. So a little bit about PBR. So PBR is really a data and tech company that our focus is really on transforming healthcare through data, tech, and people. And our headquarters is in the UK, London, UK, and our office in Sub-Saharan Africa is here in Lagos. And how do we transform healthcare? We do it in 3 ways. One of the first things that we do is that we get big data and we analyze it. We get data from multiple sources and we put them together. We also leverage artificial intelligence, and I know that that's really a big word, for all the CEOs around the world now. How do we leverage AI to make more informed decisions? And then lastly, we also focus on technology. When the data is analyzed, how do we leverage technology to put it in a form that you can actually make use of it for your business planning? So as a company, over the years, we have about 6 major clients. We've worked with quite a lot of pharmaceutical companies across Nigeria. We've also worked with fast-moving consumer goods companies, medical device companies, consulting firms, investment companies, as well as research and academia. And it's quite instructive to know that because of our deep expertise within the healthcare space, we are also consulting for the big consulting firms in Nigeria as well. So what are the key questions that a lot of the business leaders are always asking questions? And in our experience, this is not limited to just Nigeria. It is those are burning questions all over Sub-Saharan Africa and emerging market. And there are about 4 questions, and I believe that these are some of the pain points. The first question is around, how do I reduce expiries? It's a very topical question that comes up. The second question, right, what price position should I take, considering all the challenges we have today? How can I increase my price and still remain competitive? How do I know which portfolio to invest in? We've talked about scarce resources. We want to ensure that we are very, very accurate. If we are investing 10 million naira, we want to be able to ensure that we are getting 2x, 3x in terms of the investment that we have made. And how do I know where to play? There are consequences when we are not able to answer this question. From the data we have gathered, in emerging market, expiries account for about 10 billion USD loss to pharmaceutical companies. And I know that every CEO or MD that is seated here today can resonate with the fact that expiries is a challenge. How do I know which price to really take? The pricing is a double-edged sword. If we don't take advantage of the price, we lose opportunity. If we also overprice, it can cause a decline in our volumes. How do I know which portfolio to invest in? Should I play in this therapy area or that therapy area? Many companies have probably gone out of the market because they played in an area where it's either declining or the growth is stagnant. And then lastly, where do I play? Should I focus, for example, my promotional efforts in teaching hospitals? Should I focus it in one part of the country or not? These are very topical questions. And at the heart of it, data is actually critical to answering this question to be able to deliver positive business results. I know that a lot of time people say, oh, we don't have data. We actually have data in Nigeria. And that's the truth. But the challenge is that the data is sitting in different places. Some are in community pharmacies, some are in hospitals, some are everywhere. And this data is unstructured. What we have done basically as a data and tech company is that we have aggregated the different data points. We have gotten data from pharmacies, we've gotten data from hospitals, we've gotten data from even patients. We have put this data together because there's no one data platform that is able to answer all our questions. It's impossible because what company A, the kind of questions company A is asking at this point is different from what company B is also requesting for. So what we have done is that we have taken this unstructured data, we have put it together, we have leveraged AI and machine learning together, and we've already been able to put about 7 different data solutions for us to be able to help you answer some of those questions, that we're talking about. And how have we done this? We've done it in about 3 ways. We have put data platforms together where from the comfort of your offices, you can actually, make analysis with you and your marketing teams. We've also done what we call reporting as a service, especially for some of us that have partners outside the country. Rather than they want to have a quick understanding of hypertension market in Nigeria, they can just pay for the data, and they have some ideas. And then lastly is that we offer consulting as a service. Within the PBR leadership, we have about 90 years plus combined experience. And we believe that this experience can come to bear, in terms of supporting you, leveraging our proprietary data to answer the questions, that you have, right? So what are these products? I'll just run through it. Our first product that I'll just touch on is our vessels data. I will say this, boldly, unprecedented data, 500 plus pharmacies sell out data in Nigeria. We have categorized all the drugs in Nigeria. We have leveraged AI, and we have put it in a platform. This is quite unprecedented, not just in Nigeria, but in many parts of sub-Saharan Africa. And you can do that from the click of the button within our offices. We are at 500 pharmacies now, and we are going ahead before the end of the year for us to reach 1-2. I know this may look small, but I know that as business leaders, we know that community pharmacies contribute about 20% of the total market. All we need is a trend of the market. So we are able to challenge our teams. If we're not doing well in this region, or we're not doing well with this therapy area, we can see it. And it's not observational data. This is all day, everyday data, from about 500 plus pharmacies in Nigeria. Then we have Sonus data as well. Sonus is unprecedented as well. 2,000 ACPs were interviewed across 3 therapy areas, right? And they asked them the different questions that our marketing teams would like to ask the doctors. What we have done differently is that we have put that on a platform. Rather than sending our teams out to go and ask questions on surveys, which could be biased, we have put all that out for us to just, view on a single platform. Then we have our Invisio. Our Invisio data is more of hospital data, showing the trends of disease patterns in our hospital. So if you want to go into a new therapy area, you can decide that instead of me guesstimating, instead of me taking a chance on scarce resources at this point in time, we can actually be a lot more precise in making our business decisions. We have our market sizer as well, which shows some imports that have come into Nigeria. And then we have our consulting service. Our consulting service, like I had mentioned, puts together all the data that we have collected as a company, and we are able to advise you. Either you're looking at, solutions for your sales team, your marketing team, your field force effectiveness team, we can do that. I had mentioned earlier on that we have a market intelligence report that you can just, if you don't want to go through the rigors of the procurement in your office, you could just sit down and buy a report and use that. And we're also developing a product for pharmacies where pharmacies can analyze their retail data as well, right? Retail pharmacies to undergo expiries. The same challenges that we are having here, retail pharmacies too are going through it. And it's because they don't have data to make those informed, decisions. So this is I'll just spend about the last 2-3 minutes looking at our platforms that we have. This is our vessels data. And usually I'm always proud to say this and that I'm part of this. 8,000 brands, 10,000 SKUs, 20 million sold volumes, 16 states across Nigeria, 1,800 companies within our database, and about 500 pharmacy partners that we have. And this can tell you everything from the trend, both volume and value within these pharmacies. And then the last one that I also, shed a little bit more of light on is our Sonus platform, the ACP Insight platform. We already have engaged both pharmacists as well as doctors, and we have asked them, quite a lot of questions. And just a snapshot of what the platform can do. There are about 2,000 healthcare practitioners' data on this platform, 58 hospitals engaged in about 8 states, 3 therapy areas, diabetes, hypertension, and oncology. We have private, public hospitals, primary centers, secondary and tertiary hospitals. In fact, you can know for a particular specialty what the endocrinologists are thinking in a particular hospital, what the GPs are saying in a particular hospital. This, our platform, is quite unprecedented in Nigeria, and we can say even in sub-Saharan Africa. Now, these are 2 of our platforms that is available, and we believe that we can come to your companies as quickly as possible to do a demo, because we believe that the only way we can get ahead today is if we have data, right? I know in my language, they say, Ikeja, Yoje. A lot of times what we've done over the time is it can work, it may not work. We need to go beyond that and go for precision. And this is what our platforms, offer us. So in rounding up, this is the entire basket of what PBR Life Sciences can do for us. We can support you with your market entry and product launch strategy, if that is important to you. We can support with commercial due diligence, pricing and market access, and we're having a webinar very soon where we are going to be talking about pricing in a VUCA environment. How should we price, right? And then these are all the other gamuts of things that we can also do. Because of time, I won't go there. In conclusion, PBR Life Sciences is here to work with our pharma leaders to use data as a strategic lever to truly navigate in these very, very difficult times and our economic headwinds. Thank you very much. I look forward, to getting a visit to your companies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, PBR. That was, you did very well with 2 minutes to spare. So if you have any questions for the PBR team, I think you guys you brought Ashwebi. Please rise, all PBR team members. So once you can just engage them and then ask your questions, and you'll be good. The issue of data is one that has hounded this country for so long, and the sooner we crack it, the better. Everybody, I dare say, in this room is shooting in the dark, as in based on what should we bring in next. It'd be like saying, vitamin C they say now. Okay, it's not backed by any science, no data. What's the fastest selling? I think it's everything we are doing is I think. And for those of us in the multinational space, I've been there, I understand your problem. You go to global meetings, everybody's flashing data. Nigeria, come and present. Where you see, now I'm speaking plenty English just to dodge the fact that you don't have data. So let's join hands to make this country data-driven. Next, very quickly for a short presentation, just about 5 minutes, I'll invite the AfriHealth team to come and make a quick presentation. And your time starts now. Thank you. My chairman has spoken. All right. Okay, now.
Sorry, where's the clicker, please? Okay. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Sadiq. I'm the lead product manager at AfriHealth. So, AfriHealth is basically a healthcare company, but we are using tech to make everything very easy for you. So, we have a suite of products, quite a number of products, but due to the caliber of people here today, I'll be speaking more about what pertains to the CEOs. So yeah, like I said earlier, my name is Sadiq Badmos. So yeah, let's talk about AfriHealth. We were here last year, and while we were here last year, we spoke about our traceability product. Our traceability product enabled manufacturers to serialize and aggregate their products. Basically, this means you are able to track your products through the entire life cycle of the supply chain, from manufacturers to distributors to retailers and consumer. So every single person in this chain is able to tell what my product does or where it is at this point in time. But however, while we were onboarding a lot of users, we noticed that there are still problems that need to be solved. For example, counterfeit products and fraud. These had already been mitigated by our track and trace product, but however, manufacturers still had a lot of pain points. Distributors and wholesalers also had some of their pain points too. What are the pain points they had? For manufacturers, claimed, and we also noticed that there was a huge wastage of raw materials in the factories, and this was due to the fact that the entire operational process was not optimized. And this in turn led to high cost of production, which I know is not something anybody here wants to hear when it comes to manufacturing. And also when it came to our distributors and wholesalers, they had a lack of inventory system that worked good for them. And this in turn led to overstocking, and in some cases, stock out and inventory shortages. Also, this will lead to labor cost because you are stocking more than you do. You need more labor, more of that. So labor cost also increased, which means we are still spending more money. And also in terms of our sales agents, we notice sales agents sometimes short sell the distributors. They sell to where they are not meant to sell to for reduced prices. How can we help to do this? We are here to help you at AfriHealth. We want to help you save money. So how are we helping you save money? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you RigorX. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is RigorX by AfriHealth. So what does RigorX solve for the manufacturers? It helps you enhance your product planning and scheduling. It is an entire module of system for the manufacturers. It also helps you enhance your control and compliance too, while most importantly, like I say, we would help you reduce costs and improve your efficiency. So when we talk about the inventory management module we also have inbuilt in it, it also helps you streamline your ordering process. So you know what users need, what is in your factory at each point. And for distributors too, they are able to keep track of everything that is in their inventory. And this in turn improves the operational efficiency, and at the end of the day, we also want to help you reduce cost. So our inventory management module also does this by optimizing your cost, avoiding things like overstock. So yeah, our ERP system, which is our enterprise resource platform software, is RigorX. And RigorX is different from the others. There are a lot of enterprise resource platforms everywhere, but RigorX is entirely different. And what makes it so different is every single product on our ERP is traceability enabled. So if you get our inventory management system, you can track everything from the manufacturers down to the consumers. If you also get it for your factory, every single raw material is traced at every point of the process, of the manufacturing process. So we are the first to market in traceability-enabled ERP system in Nigeria. We have also tailored this and streamlined it entirely for the Nigerian market. And as I say again, what's most important to people here it is, compared to everybody else in the market, we are cost-effective. So we are accredited by GS1, which is the #1 standard when it comes to traceability, and we are also fully accredited by NAFDAC. So we just didn't come from somewhere. Anyway, if you would want to learn more about RigorX, our booth is right there, and our sales reps are around, and you can discuss with them. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. All right on time. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we go into the next item on the agenda, I'd like to recognize especially one of the panelist who is also here, Pharmacist Ekene Agolu. Please stand for recognition. Thank you very much. Also, our keynote speaker is around. Join me in recognizing the presence of Pharmacist Gbenga, Afolabi. Should we please rise for recognition? And I know his beautiful wife also came with him, Pharmacist Tutu Afolabi. Should we please rise? Yeah. You're welcome to this program. Ladies and gentlemen, the rapporteur, or let me see, she's my boss, my madam, a guy at the top, and the coordinating analyst. Wow, big title for a big woman. Join me welcoming Pharmacist Clare Omatseye. She's here in our midst, and she'll be coming on board to take charge of the panel session at the right time. You're welcome, ma'am. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to listen to our president. And like we all know, his speech is always preceded by the pharmacy anthem. Whether we like it or yes, this will be his last CEO forum as the president of the society. 3 years ago, I remember anchoring that debate, and people were asking questions. An academic, what will professor come and do in pharmacy? He cannot have time. He does not know the industry. My people, in 3 years, can you see what our... Let's appreciate our president, ladies and gentlemen. See what he has done. Professor, they hungry me. That let me even go and do this, professor. Maybe that's what they are using to do this, you know. If you can do this to pharmacy, maybe we can presidency 2027, Abi. All right, ladies and gentlemen, shall we please rise and take the pharmacy anthem? Non-pharmacists, please graciously sit down while the pharmacists stand.
Singing pharmacists, we love great Nigeria. Drinking pharmacists. We pharmacists, we are proud of pharmacy. We members all of the glorious FPSN, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. As men of honor, we join hands for pharmacy. Pharmacists, we are the drug making, we are the dispensing, we are the drug retailing, we are the just name it, we are the...
Thanks everybody, but I want to mention two people. I want to single out a young man whose father is a KBSc. He's a fellow, he's a pharmacist. He is also a fellow, also a pharmacist. My Secretary General, Tele, who have worked, that some of the things we are reaping now, some of the things we are seeing in pharmacy were actually through his handwork. Pharmacist fellow, Gbenga Afolabi. The chairman of the planning committee, quiet, unassuming, but always willing to make sure that things work out properly. I will come to you despite the strong wings industry. That's why I'm here, because I can't go elsewhere. The chairman of CPC is here, Dr. Monica Imujeze, and I'm sure you will honor her whenever she comes around. I want the industry to do one thing. The headwinds, the difficulties, the economic difficulties. Let us steer these strong winds to our favor. And I believe as we listen, I have also told myself I'm going to take notes. Because you don't know tomorrow. I might probably come and meet you in NAIP. But that notwithstanding, when we listen, we should be able to pass messages to people who will care to listen to us. The best time to grow the industry is now. To me, the future starts now. No giving up, no looking back, but cruising through the wind and making sure that we bring the best to the table. In that aspect, other aspect, I want to challenge all of you. We sing the national, our pharmacy item, and say drug making, manufacturing, politics, we must be there. We must be where decisions are taken. When you are in the boardroom where decisions are taken in the affairs of this country, you will do something for pharmacy. I want to challenge as many of us that have the opportunities. Let's not rest on our hours. If any person is willing to listen, tell them what is right. Tell them what they should do. Tell them that the need for drug security cannot be overemphasized. And if we don't have the right drugs at the right time, in the right place, in the right dosage, authentic drugs in our environment, the country may collapse, the workforce may collapse. And when they hear that, they will definitely come to our aid. And we will definitely steer through. I want to also believe that, even as I stepped down, like Sheena has said, but for your information, I'm the first elected or unelected member of the NSESCO. By then, I will be a living ancestor. I should be seen and not heard. I believe we can work together. I want to challenge you that even if some decisions are against what you believe, but you know will be good for pharmacy, please make sure that you add your voice so that that particular decision will stay true. There are so many people I would like to mention, but please allow me to, as I step down, by recognizing these two special people, or special persons as the case would be. I want to recognize my classmates who are here. My sister, Osaretin Jayola. And the man who refused to come into academia, he was a standard in pharmacology. I still challenge him, and I hope he will come and do a PhD with me, because he was also good in Pharm Chem. Fellow Eni Okafo, Ernest Okafo. We used to have 4 Okafos in our class. We call one bradykinin, one, I don't know, acetylcholine, the other one adrenaline. Because when you mention Okafo, the 4 of them will stand up. The this year CEO of May and Baker was also a classmate. I think he was adrenaline. He was certainly acetylcholine. And they have done so well. Let's don't forget to recognize those we have taught, those who have listened to our counsel, and today you see them flying high. It gives joy. That's one of the joy we benefit as teachers. In a special way, I want to recognize Amaka. Please. I'm proud of you. I'm happy that NAIP brought you in. You must not forget your source, and that is pharmacy. Welcome to the club. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is my president. Let's appreciate again once more Professor Cyril Usifoh. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll do a few more recognitions. While the presentation was going on, we had come into our midst Professor Adejare Adeboye, Professor of Philadelphia College of Pharmacy and NAPSA member. Let's please rise for recognition. You're welcome. This is truly an international conference. You're welcome. Also in our midst, we have my teacher. I'm a boy of many teachers. We have my teacher, my boss, my mentor here. He likes his name to be called short, but I like people to know that I know him from home. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Olalere John Bale is here in our midst, CEO of Business School Netherlands. You're welcome, sir. Also, we have the former chairman of PUDEN in our midst. He's been well recognized, and I will recognize him again. Pharmacist Ernest Okafor, fellow of the society. You're welcome. Please take a bow. Am I missing? Okay. Next. Oh, yes. I knew I was missing something else. Ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst the FEMPIAN president. If you don't know what FEMPIAN means, that means I know more than you. Join me welcoming Dr. Oke Akpa. He's here in our midst. You're welcome, sir. Okay, we have the current PUDEN president coming to our midst. Join me welcome, Pharmacist Omatseye Kesiana. You're welcome. Please take a bow. You're welcome. All right. The next. I need to quickly. He's busy. Let me read, because if I don't rush it, he will get here before I finish reading the citation. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now taking the chairman's opening remarks. I have abridged the abridged version so that at least you allow me to say small about him. But when the president was speaking, this thing has happened before, and I did a double check, and the group involved, they fell my hand, and it looks like they'll fall my hand again. Where are my classmates? If you were in my class, I don't know where they are. We see president talk, and I said, it's my classmates, all of them high flyer. Now, where are my classmates? I think we need to go back and do a class reunion. More know where we did. All right, ladies and gentlemen. They said, people have described him in several ways. Oh, he was in final year, I was in year 1. Another person said, I read the citation, job was running after me. So I will read citation. Maybe job will maybe, no, I'm not looking for a job. What am I looking for now? Dollar. Maybe dollar will run after me because... But ladies and gentlemen, because I know his preferences, I will keep it short. His name is Joseph Ikemefuna Odumodu. He holds a first-class degree from the University of Ife, a master's degree in pharmacology, and also holds an MBA from Esut Business School. In November 2028, he was awarded Doctorate of Administration, DBA, by Anambra State University. He also then received the National Merit Award of Member of the Federal Republic in 2008. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a man who epitomizes diligence at work. He started his career in 1986 as a medical rep in Meyanbeka and left as the managing director, chief executive officer 11 years after in 1997. That is great. He was appointed Director General, Chief Executive of Standard Organization of Nigeria by President Ebele Jonathan in Good Luck Ebele Jonathan, February 1st, 2011, and we all know the transformation that happened at SON during his time. A true Nigerian born in Kano to a Christian family from Oka South local government of Anambra State. If your hands are not too busy, ladies and gentlemen, join me with a round of applause to bring up Dr. Joseph Ikemefuna Odumodu as he gives us the chairman's remarks for this event. You're welcome, sir. I knew you as a boy, I know you as a young man, I will know you as a man.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the very, wow. Because sometimes when they describe me, I used to think, who are they talking about? The president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, let me stand on the protocol that will be established by the chairman of NAIP, because I know he was challenged to set it, and he never did. One other comment I have is that when I got this document, I saw Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, and then NAIP. And I started wondering, is it not AIPN? But I'm sure before we end today, we'll be able to find solutions to those inconsistencies. I want to thank the people that invited me, because I got a message. I think it was Oga Jude. Abi? Oga Jude called me and said somebody was going to call me. It turned out to be one Derek Osondo. And then I got a message that I should be here. Of course, I'm here. My style. I stay in Anambra State, and yesterday I was traveling with the Deputy Governor of Anambra State. We sat next to each other, so he was saying, your face looks familiar. I said, yes, it does. I mentioned my name. He said, is it you? I said, yes. He said, how come we don't see you now? Of course, I live in the capital city. I said, I don't deal with politicians. And in fact, I don't. I stay on my own. So when they invite me to events, I don't attend. I am also happy that you have not invited government people here. If you did, this program would not have started when it did, and it wouldn't be flowing the way it is flowing. Because they always have one important national issue to go and attend to. I have been in government, and I can't remember how many national issues I ran off to go and attend to. So sometimes you wonder what they're always running to do. What we're doing today, like the president of PSN said, is a very important issue. It is, in a lot of countries, it is the government that will be looking for you to ask you, what are we going to do? Because we have, we are all talking about, every day you see insecurity. You hear food insecurity. Which one is really more important? Is it food or drug or medicine insecurity? That a country of 200 million people would not have an industry that can satisfy up to, let me shock you, we are currently doing less than 20% of our local drug needs in Nigeria. We have a national drug policy that said, I think about 15, 20 years ago, it was saying something about 60%. And at that time, it was about 48. Now, we have moved in the opposite direction. And we are all sitting and relaxed, and we are running a government. Oga President, the president has a responsibility to Nigerians. And you don't need to beg him to do what he needs to do. We only need to direct him on how he should do it. We are in a crisis situation today, and all of us should actually put all hands on deck. When I was CEO, maybe 15 years ago, I thought things were difficult. Every day you wake up, if I hold my gray hair, okay, I tried to shave my hair like 2 days ago so that you won't see all the grays. But I grew them all around the 1990s. Because when you wake up, you don't know what is going to happen. I remember we had 25 to 80 something, and we were shouting that the world has come to an end. What we are going through today is unprecedented. You CEOs, I don't envy you. But one thing I know, and which is quite positive, is that by whatever happens, the industry will not go into extinction. So some people must survive. All we need to do now is who are those who will survive? How will they survive? And how will they ensure that they sustain whatever they are doing? One of my colleagues, a pharmacist, one statement he made when he was making a presentation, he said that challenges are opportunities in workloads. And I agree with him. When things are so tough, like Ken said, this is the time for those who are tough to make the difference. So this is an opportunity to grow, even in leaps. And that's the way I see it. Things are tough. I mean, you're talking about navigating the strong economic headwinds. And when I was preparing, I said, of course, there's a global slowdown. Whatever is happening, it's not happening just in Nigeria. In fact, in some countries, it's a lot worse than what we're seeing today. So inflation is way out. Nobody can actually, even though the National Bureau says 30% or thereabout in January, if you look at specific sectors like the pharma, it cannot be 30%. It's not possible. It's not, you know. So Nigeria is owing a lot. Nigeria is not earning a lot foreign exchange. So it's a bit of a difficulty. So Nigeria is borrowing, and Nigeria will borrow even a lot more. What the message normally should be is not borrow money to do something that you can use to produce more. Not, you don't borrow money, even if you're running a company, you don't borrow money to pay salaries or allowances. And so, when a Buhari came, we thought it was going to be El Dorado. But I can say, and please quote me anywhere, the Buhari government sent Nigeria 20 years back. And it will take us at least 30 years, or if we have magicians, a bit less, to get us back to where we were before he came. You don't print 30 trillion naira and put in the system and be complaining that the dollar is... So the challenge we have today is that there's so much money in the system, and they will try to take the money out of the system. The CBN has just increased the MPR to 22.5 or whatever. What that means is that money, and there's no way you won't borrow money if you're running a business. So it's going to cost you more to borrow money. The challenge is that the interest rate must go the other way with the exchange rate. If one is coming up, the other one is going, and that's the way it is, unfortunately. But are we going to die out of all that? No. We will survive. But we must begin to think, not, I said that we need to rethink the thinking. And I think that's one thing that we must do. That things must change. We must change the way we do things. Is the pharma industry doing well? Do you think we are doing well? No. We are actually underperforming. And we're going to continue to go through the stunted growth unless we do certain things right. But, when I saw the topic and they said strong economic headwinds, I also believe there are some tailwinds. It's not just about the strong winds. If Nigeria solves the insecurity problem, if Nigeria begins to meet the OPEC quota in our oil sales, so much money will come into Nigeria's pocket. And that will make a lot of difference to our borrowing and all that. And so that's one area that is not a strong headwind. It's actually a tailwind. There is also the issue of the structural reforms that government is currently undertaking. We may not have seen the effects manifesting, but I believe that some of the changes may begin to show, maybe after 1 year. People talk about a Ronsaye report. That report was 12 years ago, about 800 and something MDAs. We have over 1,000 MDAs today. So really, the report, I agree with those who say, let's review it before we implement it. Otherwise, we won't make any difference. And unfortunately, because politics plays a very major issue in our environment, what you're going to see is that that report will be implemented upside down. Because if I were in government, if I were a big boy or an influencer, I will make sure I protect my own people. Because you know a lot of people who are in government today are people who, you know now, you know what I mean? One of the things that killed the Buhari government was also just putting people in government. But you must look for people who are competent, people who have the capacity. If you don't have those kind of people, you cannot make a difference, unfortunately. Like I said, there are structural reforms being undertaken. There may be some effects. We are also a growing population. More people must eat, more people must fall ill, more people must take medication. So market is also growing somehow. And overall, I would say that the industry is going to see some kind of growth, just like the economy. The budget for this year says 3.5 GDP growth. I don't know if we can achieve it. The World Bank says maybe 3.2. Some other scholars are saying 2.5. Whatever it is, there will be some growth. And remember, some countries are already in recession, even in Europe. There are some countries that are already in recession. And thank God we are not, there's no immediate fear that Nigerian economy will go into a recess. So, what is the outlook generally on the industry? I would like to suggest some linkages. The industry retail linkage must be strengthened. I think we are keeping too many things to ourselves. Pharmacy is not a cause. We must bring in other people who have money to be part of the supply chain. You know, if we don't do that, indeed, as manufacturers, some of us are trying to also establish our own supply chain. Why don't you use the money and focus on your manufacturing activity whilst others are kept to do what they know how to do best? I know people would say, oh, there was one accident we had with some colleague of ours who signed an agreement and, you know, it was a mistake she made. And we must learn from it. It doesn't mean that we cannot go that way again. We learn from it, we become stronger, and then we make some progress. The other point I would like to make before I leave is that I already made an allusion to it. The industry should find a way of promoting themselves as a priority sector. And the president said he added politics to our anthem. I agree with him totally. One of the challenges we have as a profession is that for me today, for example, I have gotten to a level, but I'm no longer practicing pharmacy. There are many of us who grew up in the system. We got to a level and we just went off and turned our backs to pharmacy. So it's like climbing through, and I blame myself for it too. We just climbed through to prominence in pharmacy, and then we walked into other things. There's no way we can survive as a profession. Because the political linkages must be created by those who are already accomplished within the profession. And so maybe your job is to bring those people out and put them in front when we are engaging with government, and to bring people to get involved in politics. You don't need to be outside when your matter is being discussed. You must be in the kitchen. You feel the heat, and then you feel the flavor of also what is being cooked. That is how. So the last point is the new phase of regulation. Our regulators must find ways of ensuring that they support, because what I see in regulation, especially in our Nigeria, is that it's a kind of a we and they system. We cannot agree with what you want. You're always asking us to bend the rules. No, nobody's asking to bend the rules. But you must support industry. Support industry so that all the energy that we put in the area of compliance can also be used in innovation and other things. Finally, and the final, I made a few notes, which I can't read well here, but one is intellectual property rights, / innovation. I saw the presentation of PBR. Wonderful. That's the way to go. But I hope that when people buy data, that those data are protected in a way that I don't buy their data and then photocopy it for the rest of the industry. Because they won't survive if that happens. So I don't know how they're going to do it, and I'm going to ask them later. I've gotten the name of, is it Ayodeji or somebody, the guy who started the business. And I'm going to talk to him about. The other point is about raw material development and R&D. And I think Ken was talking about we can't even make starch. And we can't make starch because the imported starch from China is almost 70% cheaper. But that's not why we shouldn't make it. And that's where the politics come in. The government must support industry. There are laws already. So first of all, let's start the initiative, make them. And if possible, let's get government to share in the investment, and then they can let go after a while. The other point is in skills development. Do we have really? Because when I was in industry, I wanted to do a tablet that would have two products not interacting chemically, but being together physically. They're possible. It was not possible. So we also need to begin to develop. I don't know if we have. When I was in Ikeja, I even had to import people from India when I finished the Pharma Center. At the time, I had about 8 to 9 Indians. They were experts. But they were also meant to, and I told the Nigerians who were reporting to them, all you need to do is to work with them. Just be following them. If they take one step, take the step behind them and watch them. But those guys are also, I'm sorry about the Indians who are here, they're also smart. They also take the step in a way that you won't even know whether they are going forward or sideways. But we are smart people, and we must learn that we need to develop the capacity to do certain things. So, gentlemen, ladies, I have taken a lot of time, but I just wanted to share some of these views because I am not in this industry. But I must tell you, I have seen a lot of development. We are making progress, but the progress is below par with where we should be. And so, while we applaud those who are there, and let me tell you, if the pharmacy profession makes progress in Nigeria, who do you think is going to drive the process? Is it the people who are selling your products? Is it the people who are importing products? Is it the people who are dispensing the products in the market, in the hospitals? Are you getting my drift? I wish us all the best. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman, sir. Quintessential as ever. All right, we will take a slight alteration on the agenda. We'll take goodwill messages now. And very quick goodwill messages, just 2 minutes per speaker, just to share felicitations with the group. And we'll move quickly because we need to get to the keynote address. We'll be inviting past President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Kachalankano, Alhaji Ahmed Ibrahim Yakasai, Honorary Consular to the country of Pakistan. Let's appreciate him as he comes up to give us a short goodwill message. He'll be back later in the program to perform, he'll be back 2 times in this program to perform other duties, but this one is just a short goodwill message.
Thank you very much. Additional, the President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, who is aspiring to be a living ancestor. And by the grace of God, in a couple of months, he will be a living ancestor. All other protocols, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is a good little message. And you can imagine I woke up around 4 a.m. to start the journey to be here because of my love for NAIP. And thank God I'm here alive. And I'm so happy when I saw the diverse audience and when I listened to all the speakers. This time we are not lamenting. We are thinking of the way forward, how to chart course to move forward. That shows our resilience. That shows our determination. We have done it before during COVID. And Nigeria really saw very tangible, productive transformation of pharmaceutical sector. And I'm sure with the kind of people we have, when we leverage technology, when we foster strategic partnerships, not to be selfish. Merger is not weakness. If you know you can merge and make it big, why not? If you want to buy pharma floss, I'm ready to sell. I can establish pharma minors. That is strategic. That is critical thinking. And I believe when we continue like that, it will be well. I'm happy to inform you, when I heard the chairman talking about starch, I have been engaged as a consultant of Sovereign Wealth Fund, Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, to start to establish a plan to produce starch of pharmaceutical grade in Nigeria. And not only starch, we are thinking of other excipients like sorbitol, gelatin, and so on. And indeed, when the chairman talked about reaching out, I'm so happy to inform you that I had a meeting yesterday in the evening with the National Coordinator, Presidential Initiative on unlocking pharmaceutical value chain. Clare, you know him. And I told him, I'm going to unlock it with you. You keep one key, I keep one key. Because they are going to get $1 billion for pharmaceutical sector. And I told him I will not sleep until my people gain it. Those who are practitioners must make something out of it. It is coming. I have whispered to the president this morning that, President, I will not allow you to sleep. We must get something for our people. And by the grace of God, it will be well for pharmacy. May God continue to give us wisdom, empathy, unity, because it's only when we are together we can make it. Divided, we cannot make it. Others will have inroads. We have to show love to ourselves, show compassion, help one another, and I'm sure God will have it for us. May God, as we gather today, have a very productive and successful deliberation so that we'll come out with tangible outcomes. These tangible outcomes, we have to use it as our PowerPoint, talking points, reach out. Yes, that is why I decided to bring Pharma West Africa to Nigeria. When they are organizing Medics West Africa, Cosmetic West Africa, Automotive West Africa, Beauty West Africa, I say, Mba. There must be Pharma West Africa. And they agreed. We are bringing all the regulators from ECOWAS countries to come and tell us, show us the way of ease of doing business in other countries. Our people should move out. We should promote export. We should see how to really, really promote quality products. And it is we who can show the safety, who can show the efficiency, the efficacy, the affordability of our products. We have to promote it. They are coming. 20th March, it will be at Landmark Event Center. I have taken pictures of all your faces. If I don't see you, it's trouble. Oh. I'm so happy with so many of you promised to be part of it. It's going to be great. 20th to 22nd, all the regulators, all the players will be there. We are going to interrogate NAFDAC, we are going to interrogate PCN, we are going to interrogate all who matters in pharmaceutical sector. Tell us how it is. Prank talk. May God bless you pharmaceutically. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency. Always a delight to listen to. But you still come back for one more row before the end of today. You've done 2 in 1 now. All right, very quickly, I'd like to bring up the president of the Federation. I gave you the code before, in case you... Let me give you the answer now. The president of the Federation of Nigerian Pharmaceutical Industry Associations. Ladies and gentlemen, join me welcoming our own beloved Dr. Oke Akpa, as he gives us a good message from FEMPIA. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman and the chairman of NAIP, president of FPSN, it is such a galaxy of special people that I'm not going to try to greet everyone. Permit me to stand on the established protocol, like they say. But this table is very special because the weight, the load is so heavy. Everybody is there. And my own Oga, the president of my faculty of alumni, Sir Ikeja, special to me always. I recognize you. NAFDAC director, all presidents and chairmen of FEMPIA associations that are here, fellows of PSN. Again, I repeat my apologies for not going around. CEOs in the house, because this is a CEO forum. Ladies and gentlemen, I would not know why the chairman wanted me to make a goodwill message, because this is my own event as well, as the president of FEMPIA. FEMPIA is a new baby, and I'm not going to be speaking so much about it here because there will be other opportunities to do so. But permit me to say, on behalf of all the associations that make up FEMPIA, which is NAIP, EPIN, NAIPharm, IPMIN, PMGMAN, the umbrella body of all the associations that have to do with pharma supply chain, the upstream, are in FEMPIA. Let me just stop there so that I won't leave people guessing. So on behalf of FEMPIA, we want to congratulate NAIP, the Board of Trustees of NAIP, leadership of NAIP, and membership of NAIP, for which I am a member, for consistently putting pharma industry on the agenda, for not allowing the topical issues that link the economy and pharma industry to be swept under. You have consistently done this, and I must say every year it gets bigger, it gets better. Congratulations to NAIP. I think my goodwill message stops there, but the chairman broached on some very critical topical issues, and past chairman Yakasai and the president of PSN also broached on such issues. And they are all correct in all they said. But one thing that worries people like me is, for those of you who have read a wonderful book called The Knowing-Doing Gap by Jeffrey Pfeiffer. The Knowing-Doing Gap is an important book, and it just shows the gap when people don't do things. But I'm beginning to worry also that in pharma and in our profession, there is a fast developing the talking-doing gap. The talking-doing gap is widening so much because we don't lack talks, we don't lack ideas, we don't lack, perhaps at the end of this meeting, if you aggregate all that would have been said and look at what was said last year in NAIP meeting and 3 years ago, you will literally see the same thing. And this is the worry for people like us. So how do we narrow this talking-doing gap? It's an issue. And it's because we are talking and not doing much. People who are not talking and doing are taking some of the places we should have been taking. Think about that. I will say more. The challenge of narrowing this gap is actually what is one of the driving forces behind FEMPIA. A lot of people who are in this room, Professor Bale, whom I give special recognition, would speak to that. By the time we unveil FEMPIA fully and begin to drive FEMPIA fully, all that we're trying to achieve is to narrow that talking-doing gap. Because one of the things we have found out that stand on our way, both as pharmacists, either in the industry or outside the industry, is this challenge of forming a critical mass that can really make an impact. Sometimes we have, what do they call it, pharmacology, antagonist inhibitors. Sometimes we are counseling each other by the positions we are taking, by the comments we are making. But we believe that the time has come to pull together with such a ruthless focus that whatever needs to be done should be done to move the industry forward. In concluding, I would like to recognize somebody special to all of us. I don't think anybody is younger than him. Sci-Fi at 20, I recognize you specially, sir. And on that note of applause, on behalf of FEMPIA, I would like to wish NAIP and the leadership a very successful forum here and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Very quickly, I'll bring up the chairman, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Lagos State Chapter, Pharmacist, Babayemi Oyekunle, to give us the goodwill message from PSN, Lagos State. Let's appreciate him, ladies and gentlemen. We are in his domain. You're welcome, sir.
Well, good morning, everybody. The chairman, the president, PSN, all the fellows, past president, fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society. Let me stand on the existing protocol so as to save time. You know, it gives us great pleasure in Lagos that once again, pharmacists have actually been able to bring astute, cerebral, and very enterprising, you know, academic people, industrial people to a place like this. So we are very happy, and indeed also, you know, we are happy to be associated with a program like this in Lagos State. You know, just like all of us have said, and this is what I will end my goodwill message with. You know, part of our anthem had said, "Say pharmacists will guide our nation's health and will prove that pharmacy holds its own everywhere." And that is very true. But I want to say this. We must, you know, in this nation, a lot of things are being said in a forum like this. But unfortunately, most of the time, it is not, you know, it's like maybe it is not hard, or people don't, you know, act on it. But I will employ all of us. We must continue to make this noise. And if need be, I will say in my own case that if we need to beg the government to actually do all that we will suggest here today, because I know by the time we finish this forum, a lot will have been suggested, and they just needed to be, you know, implemented and to be acted upon. Let me end by saying this, and fortunately the director, one of the directors of NAFDAC is there. You know, one of the things that we are being, you know, battled with, you know, in the PSN is this issue of the high cost of registering products in Nigeria. In fact, I want to beg NAFDAC, like I said, you know, at last week, we were at a meeting with the Lagos State government, and what they were asking me is that, how can we bring down, PSN Press Chairman, how can you help us bring down the price of drugs in Nigeria? I said, the price of drugs in Nigeria will not come down until so many things are done. You know, a lot of things have been said. Well, one of the major things that have to be done is cost of registering products in Nigeria. They have to bring it down. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Point well made and noted. Last but not the least goodwill message will be by the Board of Trustees chairman of this great association. Join me in welcoming Professor Larry Valley to the lectern to give us a short 2 minutes goodwill message, after which we take a product presentation that then dovetails into the keynote address. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir. A man knows me more than I know myself, so. Good morning, eminent personality in the pharmacy profession and members of the Nigerian Association of Industrial Pharmacists. I may not be able to follow the full protocols, but let me use the opportunity to thank our chairman for putting this together, Uncle Ken Onuegbu, the chairman of the occasion, whom I have not seen for many, many years. Nice to have you back. Even though you claim you have stopped practicing pharmacy, it's impossible to stop practicing pharmacy. I'm a teacher now, but I'm still practicing pharmacy. What I've acquired in pharmacy has helped me to be whatever I am today in an academic environment. So I believe you are still part and parcel of us. Let me also greet the Vice President of Nigeria Academy of Pharmacy and the oldest pharmacist in our midst today, Sir Ifeanyi Atuyi, my digital president, Yakasai, my colleague, who is also a member of the Board of Trustees, Sir Ike Nkechi, Onyechi, Professor Adejari, as well as my brother, Gbenga, Prince Pharmacist Gbenga, Afolabi, and other eminent personalities. I may not be able to see everybody, like you know. I wear glasses, so I may not be able to see everybody, but I can feel everybody. Today happens to be the birthday of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. So you can therefore understand why I dress the way I dress today. So, in 1995, the pharma industry in Ghana, they assembled to discuss something similar to this, and I happened to be one of the speakers. And the reality had just been thrown fully by my FNAPharm president, whom I cannot see now again. Okay. And he did mention, and they put into practice a number of things that they learned. I also learned a lot from that program. And it was a program that helped me to write a strong document for us to be present in Ghana. So we started in 1996. By the year 2000, FASA had become the biggest multinational company in Ghana with 6 reps, bigger than Pharmacy and Objah, we used to have 4 reps. We have spread our distributorship to Unichem, and some of the things that the chairman mentioned today, the need for value chain. So in a forum like this, it's a very big opportunity for us to learn and to be able to know what we need to do practically, free of charge. For me, for a carpenter, a hammer and a nail is the solution to all problems. For somebody like me, education is the passport to extraordinary transformation. That's for me. And so as we gather together today to be educated, I'm here to learn from the likes of Gbenga Afolabi and all the other speakers, and indeed my mentor, Clare, and most of the other people. A great opportunity to meet some of the people, and yes, Clare, Calixtus, I was told, is also here. And I always love to see pharmacists go to other areas to practice. So it's nice to have Pharmaca here, who is also doing well in an industry that is not traditional. So I do hope that these pharmacists will be able to empower us, to be able to shape our understanding of how the industry is going, rather than complain about what government is doing. And most times people talk about government budget. I don't know how government budget has had significant impact on what is in your pocket. One of the most prosperous periods for me was a period of economic downturn in the 80s. And I also experienced prosperity during the period of economic downturn worldwide in the year 2009 to 2012. So it depends on the mindset. So there are always opportunities in every challenge. And it is when we look for it. So I do not want us to leave this place with lots of complaint. Rather than I'm here to learn. I'm here to learn about how the economic headwinds in Nigeria present significant opportunities for the pharma industry, for us to take proactive measures such as diversification, such as localization, local production, digital transformation of the value chain, partnership, collaboration, market intelligence, cost optimization, regulatory compliance, R&D investment that will help us navigate through these turbulent times and emerge stronger and more resilient in the face of adversity. My belief is that the opportunities presented by today's economic situation far exceeds the challenges that we see. And only those who see those opportunities will be able to navigate and succeed and share good stories. History is always written by those who succeed, not by those who complain. So when I look at WhatsApp groups, it's filled significantly with a lot of complaint. It should be filled with a lot of solutions and how to move forward. I believe that by the end of today, we should leave this place feeling more confident that the speakers today will have given us information that will have been much more helpful to us to be able to manage and to transform our activities within the pharma industry. A lot of people are looking upon to pharmacists to provide solutions to everything that is happening, particularly as it relates to cost of drugs. I'm old enough in the pharma industry. I'm a few months old, but I participated in the economic downturn that happened between 86 and 1992, when suddenly in Naira was $1.53, and it eventually transformed to in Naira being 75 Naira to $1 in 5 years. And we survived. And for those who are not willing, they died a natural death. My prayer is that we will learn some things from what happened during that period, and we'll be able to move forward, and we should be able to celebrate that pharmacy survived and the pharmaceutical industry survived. And so I have no fear in my heart and in my mind concerning the affairs of Nigeria now, and I believe we will do well as well in Jesus' name. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I didn't quickly get the memo. I tried to match the shoe, but the cap and the glasses, the Awolowo glasses. That was the first I was okay, but now I understand. And because he's my personal coach, in case you don't know, let me tell you, we know. So when they say it was prosperous, that's what I'm going to say, it was prosperous in difficult time, 80-something, 90-something. Okay, I'll come back for the update lecture, MCPD, on prosperity in times like this. All right, that's all for the goodwill messages for now. We'll take a few more, especially from regulatory agencies after the keynote address. We'll take a quick, according to the agenda now, we'll go back. We'll take a quick presentation from FabTech. So if we have their slides projected, we'll invite representatives of FabTech to come and take their presentation. Let's appreciate FabTech representative as it comes up. You're welcome.
Hello, good evening. Can we start? Yeah. No, not this one, not. Stop it. Stop.
A little over 3 years ago, a man in Wuhan, China became the first confirmed case of COVID-19. This virus brought humanity collectively to its knees. Countries without indigenous manufacturing capability were left to fend for themselves. Regional manufacturing capability is the only path to self-sufficiency. But where to begin? You can't approach companies for products without a facility. You can't get funding without tech locked in. You're dependent on consultants, project managers, local contractors with no experience. Building manufacturing capability is not child's play. It should be. With PodTech, governments and enterprising entrepreneurs alike can build their own path to regional self-sufficiency, especially in regions that have never had a seat at the table. Regional pharmaceutical manufacturing will also help you create jobs and support economic development in different regions. It will improve the resilience of your healthcare systems. With PodTech, regional manufacturing capability is no longer a pipe dream. We'll do all the heavy lifting so you don't have to.
Being fast matter. And we don't want to see countries like the West African countries, Nigeria, Ghana, to be left behind when any outbreak happened. We sit together, we look internally within our engineering teams, what can we help to make the things, production capability done, even on a small scale, faster, more flexible, and easy to handle. That's why the PodTech idea came from. It's a mini facility. Basically, as you can see from the videos, can be manufactured in our factories, being put into container structure and shipped whenever you like. It is a prefabricated, pre-designed, pre-validated facility. And once you reach to the site, all you have to do is to connect the utility, water, electricity, the basic needs. And then you will have manufacturing capability on your ground, flexible enough that if you want to relocate to a different area, or there is a need for your product in another area, you can disconnect, carry it out, and put it back again. That is a little bit much faster approach than the traditional way of building facilities. This way will allow countries like Nigeria, which is the pharmaceutical hub still for West Africa, to pick up the speed, to scale up production. Furthermore, we have speaking about R&D in this gathering. We're speaking about API. We speak about vaccines. I think also we should speak about oncology. All this product on small scale can be developed within the same structure. As you can see, it's flexible enough that you can easily connect it to each other's, 3 or 5 or 6. And even you can stack it above each other's in G+1 module. We are happy to be here in Nigeria since the last 10 years. We faced the ups and downs of the country together with you. And that's why I am providing this solution as another way approach, as thinking outside the box, instead of you building up a building, invest in concrete and steel. You just get the structure you need in the place you like, in the scale you want, and then you put it up within months, not years. You can reach out to us at any time, and I wish all the luck to NAIP over the years. And I want to remember the audience that we have been through very bad times, economically speaking, but still there is a potential of going up. There is a potential to scale up. Neighboring countries also are scaling up. So I hope and still have a lot of regard that Nigerian pharmaceutical industry will remain the top #1 when we are speaking about West Africa and Africa in general. Thank you very much. I hope I did not take a lot of your time.
Thank you very much. Right on time. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call now on the Secretary of NAIP, Pharmacist Joy Additional, to do the honors of introducing our keynote speaker, after which he comes to deliver that which he has prepared for. Let's appreciate Pharmacist Joy Additional as she does that this morning. You're welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am here to introduce our keynote address speaker for today. He is a seasoned venture capitalist and strategic brand management professional who has over 2 decades of experience in business transformation and sustainable entrepreneurship. As the founder of GDM Group, a leading marketing and media technology company, he has demonstrated exceptional leadership, driving top and bottom line growth across diverse industries. He's also the visionary behind the Eco Innovation Center, an enterprise development hub for startups and MSMEs, utilizing technology and innovation in areas such as agriculture, healthcare, market access, renewable energy, and fintech. His commitment to innovation is further evidenced by his role in founding AOT, which is an acronym for Art of Technology, Nigeria's largest tech conference, and pioneering initiatives like MacHack, the first media and marketing hackathon in Nigeria, and thank you, and Eco Climathon, which is also the first indigenous climate hackathon in Nigeria. Pharmacist Victor Gbenga Afolabi, who is currently pursuing a PhD in Business Administration at Holt International Business School, holds a B.Pharm degree from ABU Zaria, a master's degree in Managerial Psychology from University of Ibadan, an MBA from Alliance Business School, Manchester University, UK, and he is an alumnus of the Lagos Business School. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you our keynote address speaker from Victor Gbenga Afolabi.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. And thanks for having me. I think I've got some slides. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I consider it a very rare privilege and not taking the opportunity for granted that I'll be speaking in front of such an audience, especially when this is your constituency, you know, where you were nurtured. I've got many of my first boss is seated here, pharmacist Wale. Thank you very much, sir. I think he's also here, who started me out as a sales rep then, and of course, I have so many other leaders in the house. Oh, sorry. So many other leaders in the house. So I do not want to start with introductions, but of course, I'll recognize the chairman of the occasion, someone we've all seen way up there and we've respected, and it's good to be sitting on the same table with you. Thank you very much, sir. The chairman of NAIP. Thank you for having me, Francis Ken. But PSN chairman, I mean, Prof, I've been in so many sessions with Prof, quite an inspiring leader. President Emeritus, Pharmacy Yakase. I remember we moving around from Kano to different places. I mean, he brought me back, to a large extent, back to the world of pharmacy, and so many other senior colleagues I have in here, Pharmacist Afolabi and all the rest. And I'm sure in the course of it, we'll get to maybe mention other people, but I officially recognize everyone, stand on the protocols. My key job is to talk about this. Yes, but so that I can go home in peace, I also have my friend, business partner, my boss, a friend of 22 years, business partner of 19 years, wife of 19 years, mother of my 3 kids. The person who proofreads, so if there's any grammatical error, so finally it's not mine. I do the talking, she does the slides, and the person who proofreads and all that. So she's on her own if I say the wrong things. So she's also a pharmacist, so it makes it a lot easier because she can relate. So back to the business of the day. In the next 40 minutes, I should have spent 5 minutes doing introductions, okay? In the next 40 minutes, I will take us through 20 slides. And I do hope that with these slides, I can create some context around what it takes to navigate these strong winds. I will borrow adjacencies from outside of the field of pharmacy to talk to it because, again, after I escaped from my former boss's tutelage, and I ran to a sector in FMCG, and I've been gone for a long time. I found out that really the challenges we face are similar to many other organizations. That's the truth. In fact, I think we're a bit privileged. It's again a function of mindset. It's how we dimension the problems we're faced with. So I'll use these few slides to talk about it, talk about a few initiatives I think we can be doing. And I do hope the chairman has alluded to a few of those things. I'll make some controversial statements in here, which again, I believe you pardon me. After all my mentors are seated. If I do anything wrong, you didn't train me well. And so you take the blame, it's fine. So I can't be bothered, but I was just saying. Fazlolujo, thank you very much. Worked with you under CPC for a while, and again, he sent a message that I needed to be here. Recognize, as I said, I recognize. So we'll take a few of those things in context, and it's more about trying to see how we open our eyes to see the reality and what we should be doing as pharmacists. So I started my career as a pharmacist, not ashamed of that at all. That's the foundation. But in 20 years, I've done 4 career changes. I moved into marketing, and in the last 15, 16 years, I've done marketing strategies for companies. I've done for subnationals. I do heavy consultancy for Lagos State. Done a few things, for national programs. Venture capitalist means I found myself in the unlucky to be approached by people to say, let's come and do an investment in this business. So it makes sure we need to analyze the businesses. And that's why I keep telling pharmacists that I do not think we don't have the opportunity. When you look at the numbers of the guys that do the fundraising, the $5, the $10, $50 million they talk about, the truth is that their impact and their scale it's not compared to what you get to as a pharmacist. But like I sit with, I know my chairman doesn't like political people, but again, one of my mentors said, if you're not on the table, then you're the lunch. And so I decided that I will always be on the table, so I'm not the lunch. And at times I've forced myself onto the tables to have conversations. And you find out that when you look at the impact of what we do, and when other sectors do, you find out that the biggest problem is underrepresentation of what we do. And I'll talk about the GDP. So we don't have a good way of telling the story. And the person that tells the story of their impact, no matter what you say in here, is the perception of what you do. If we don't have an impact and somebody else who's going to tell you he's going to make losses for 10 years, tells the story well and raises $15, $20 million, and you can raise $5,000, sorry, whose fault really? And so that's what we'll talk about, and I do hope I can shed some light into that. So I've been an entrepreneur. I've founded a couple of things with my wife and partner. At times she feels like firing me, but I think I'm still relevant, so I'm still keeping a job. So after a while, I think I now speak. And so what I want to take us through today, and I do hope I share some context. The slide might not be what I'll spend most of my time on because you need to do this so that they invite you next time, so that you have an idea of what you're saying. So I'll understand the economic challenges. What really are we facing? What are the strategies? Because finally we need to adapt. What should innovation and efficiency be talking about? I've been in tech in years and I've seen tech transform businesses, not core business. And then market access is one of the biggest challenges I think the pharmacy industry has. How do you open up this market? I was sharing with a few startups. Lagos State Ministry of Agriculture wanted me to speak with new agri-tech people. They're trying to redesign what Lagos State agri is. And the biggest problem everybody said, talking to commission and all that, was that they have a problem with money. We can't raise funds. And unfortunately for me, again, I was doing this kind of thing, and I stood up and I said, if the government wants to give all of your LPOs now and give you these particular amounts of orders and guarantee, are you willing to take that? Yes. Can you deliver that? Yes. So is money your problem? He said, no, the problem is that we're not able to sell what we have. So the problem is, I've come to find out, working with so many companies, that the biggest problem is market access. Incidentally, it relates with what I do on the PhD level, where when you talk about startups and fundraising, everybody says the biggest problem is access to funds. But research tells you across sub-Saharan Africa that the biggest problem is access to market. Because we've not created a synchronized market. Because our cost to serve is high. Then we don't have a market. And then our total addressable market, our total addressable market, Sam, I'm sure we will, which is the amount of people that can afford our product, are dispersed. And therefore, we don't have access to market, is why we don't have scale. And I'll talk about that as we move. So what are the challenges? Again, many of those things, when you have such leaders seated, I took a stroll and I asked myself, what should I really say? Because you look as if I'm repeating the chairman's speech, he's seen it all and he said a lot of that. So it's a global economic meltdown. It's happening everywhere. But what I keep telling people is, it could be happening everywhere. It doesn't have to happen to you. Sorry. It's the truth. It could be happening in Europe. There are many recessions that have happened in Europe. Greece has been in default, and Nigeria was fine. It's easy again to generalize, but you don't have to do this so someone else will invite me, okay? So I would say, but the truth is, I don't really believe in the fact that because everywhere has recession, Nigeria should be in recession. Officially, we have no business being there. Officially. But again, it's a global trend, and it impacts us a bit. Forecasted to go at 2.1%, but are there countries in sub-Saharan Africa, Rwanda, all the rest that we go to, that will grow at 7, 8, 12%? Yes, they exist. What have they done differently? Are there companies in this market that will most likely beat the 2.1% growth? Yes, what are they doing differently? So again, it's a mindset shift, and like I said, maybe I'll say a few things just to challenge the way we see it. So it's addressed to a couple of things, and those things are now getting crystallized. They are many of those things, because we have a very weak economic and institutional framework, things that happen globally affect us, okay? Which means that things we have no control over somehow impact if we're not able to have a buffer. But again, I'll talk about that. So we're going to have high interest rates. The initial high interest rate may be not driven by us, it's driven by some other things happening, but we're going to be dealing with that, okay? And these are the jokes, and it's all over the world. I mean, I was talking to someone that mortgage was 3.5%, I think in 2001, they're about 3.5%. Today, mortgage is 8.75%. That you need to pay in the UK. So when you look at that, for a UK that is used to a 0.25% growth in interest rate, that's significant, and there's default. So in context, maybe it's happening globally, but compared to the impact of what we're having here, maybe not the same. So yes, we're dealing with a bit of that. Countries will have elections. Elections lead to uncertainties. Uncertainties are bad for business. So these are the global things, and I'll dovetail. So all those things means that the so what is that you might not be getting as much support internationally as you expect. You might not be getting so many lines of credit. You might not be getting people as excited to want to come into the country. That's the essence of this. It's not because we should throw our hands in the air and say that, no, it means that these are the risks. How do I mitigate it? Let's recognize that. There are plenty political crises. Nigeria has its own wonderful one. But again, Ukraine war has extended 2.5 years. We're not sure the end. We're not sure the magnitude. It will have impact, even though they are donating food to us. But it will have impact somehow, okay? The Middle East conflict, everybody is hoping will come to an end because, again, it will have effect on price of crude and all that. So these are the realities. It means that all your neighbors' houses are burning. But it does not give us a right to set our own on fire. That's the reality. So what it only tells you is that should you decide to commit arson, you might not have somebody to come and help you. After all, what is the use of neighbors when they are in crisis? So let's agree that you don't have so many people who are in the mood to ignore their problem and come to us. So I'm establishing that just to make it relevant to us, okay? The economic headwinds, I might not run through them, it's just to speak about the context. I won't put some figures because this will not be the likely figure to the end. So we're not at the end of 22.75% interbank lending rate, okay? And the spread is from 22.75. Normally, I think the asymmetric corridor is supposed to be 4%. No bank would do a 4% asymmetric corridor. It doesn't make sense. If I do an asymmetric corridor of 4%, it means that, yeah, saying all my overhead costs and my cost of funds should be around 4%. Nobody's going to take that. Because when you deposit money, you won't do that. So on the average, the minutes, they are around 22.75. Asymmetric corridor, though central bank says 4%, they will write you and tell you they'll do between 10 to 12% based on the size of bank and the cost of the depositors' funds they have. The bigger banks, First Bank and the rest, they have deeper pockets, their cost of funds are lower. Providence and the rest that some of us also use, again, is to know which tier of the bank. The asymmetric corridor will be wider. What that means, ignoring all the English, is that the cost at which you borrow will be higher. Which means, and most times when I have those conversations, I say, except people don't understand the fundamentals of their business, which most people do not, and they don't understand the value chain, the dynamics of the value chain, very few businesses deliver in absolute above 30%. Very few. The only few businesses that deliver above 30% are the ones in this business. That's the reality. I've been there. The only few businesses that banks should be chasing are the pharmaceutical industries, because again, if you bring in those products and all that, what's our markup? They are the only ones that can borrow at that cost of funds and still manage to be in business. But again, we're big challenge. We'll look at it. So what he says now is that, and it's not trickled. Just about a week or 2 weeks ago, it will begin to trickle. Interest rate will significantly go up. Major headwind. What should I do? We'll talk about that. But if you don't know the problems, why are we talking about solutions? Which means that, and the chairman has said in his experience, we printed so much money, and people are, so why we print so much money? And I'm just trying, because I know it's CEOs for bad times. We say so many wonderful technical things, but the question is, and so what? And I like to do the and so what, okay? So when you print so much money, and to keep the money gets too heavy, what are you likely going to do it? You want to change it to something that makes it very easy, portable, okay? That's the truth. So somebody will print and say, I give you 1 trillion. The problem is I'll be thinking, how do I carry it? Based on the number of wives and concubines you carry, you don't want them to know. Easiest thing, change it to dollars. Simple. 2 things you will do. Change it to dollars, buy property. That's what they do when we've overprinted. That's why the inflation is spiking. That 30 trillion naira has been used to pursue dollars. And therefore, we have high inflation and high FX rate that is happening. Too much money pursuing too amount of goods. Is this the end of it? Because I also used to have business in Ghana, and I was in Ghana working with a few of my clients. It was like this in Ghana. Is it going to end so soon? Absolutely not. Nothing personal. Okay, sorry, this is my job. Okay, I'll just tell you what it is. So I was in Ghana when numbers were hitting about 50% inflation rate. And I had a client and a friend CEO invite me over to Ghana, and I sat down, and the first thing he pushed to me, they call me Victor in that part of the world, and he pushed it to me and said, do you know my frustration? The problem is, even my senior staff, by 12th of the month, their salaries are finished. That half of my working capital I'm spending as IOUs for staff, if not they can't come to work. Ghana owes international creditors. If you buy bonds, I'm sure you know where I'm sure you are crying like me, eh? So if you have Ghana bond, any of them, 2030, 2032 and everything, I'm sure you are crying. They've not paid dividends since a year plus now. Which means, internationally, they owe creditors. What means they borrowed money internationally and people bought in dollars. They can't pay. But question is, how do you as a company work out of that? But I'm painting the scenario that happens when we've had too much inflation and getting us as CEOs to say, this is the reality of my situation, what should I do differently? It's not so much about, because I know you know this, but I'm just trying to bring it home. What else? We're not going to see a lot of funds coming. When startups in the tech industry come to me, and many of them are folding up and we're trying to do it, and they come in and say, there's a funding winter. I said, why will I put money in a startup in Nigeria, Africa for that matter, that will give me even extend in 10 years or 5 years, but I'm not sure it's likely to fail because of governance issues. But if I pack that same money in the US or in the UK, I get above 6%. I mean, FD, just put it inside. So for the investors and family offices that normally would throw the funds, the question is they're asking themselves why. You won't get a lot of that coming. I've talked about NPR. CRR means that the amount the banks you even keep is going to be higher. When CRR ratio goes up, the cash reserve ratio. Ultimately, summarizing the English, the amount in which you borrow will range between 30 to 35. Plan it into your numbers. FX, 2,000, 2,500. Plan it into your numbers. Okay? Reality. Okay? And the forecasts are there, and I can have any conversation on coffee about it. Okay? That's where we're going. But again, Ghana was there at 50%. So what are we talking about? I'm saying because I know we all go to Ghana. It's just close. So with all the cryptocurrency and all the security concerns. So somebody comes and says, oh, there's no food. I said, but you were employing all those malams in front of your house. What do you think they used to do before? They've just done career change like I did. They were farmers, now they become security men in Lagos. Nobody's on the farms anymore. So you can't even produce domestic amount of food for your consumption. All the people that were in the farms are now buying imported rice like you and me. So there's more money chasing few things. With insecurity and all that, there are headwinds. Okay? So it's just good. And the headwinds, who are the people that will feel it the most? It's the NAIP guys, because, you know, the industrial pharmacies have no, I mean, we've not been able to dimension the fact that every other person lives off us. So really, this is the engine room of the pharma business. Everybody lives off you. My prof, I mean, he teaches people every time Pharm came and all those things. I was overtrained and underutilized. And so that was why I left you, sir. He was my GM when he recruited me. I was overtrained. Then he gave me a car and told me to only be detailing. I felt I was overtrained. After dispensing and all those things, they say he must finish 4 points. So you're overtraining people, sir. But the challenge is, when we get overtrained and come out, we need to understand the fact that from the teacher who overtrained us, to the person dispensing our drugs, to the guys that are selling it, everybody delves off the guys in this room. Apologies, our senior colleagues in this room. It's what you do. You provide everybody leaves off those chemical entities that you either produce or you import. It is everybody derives existence from the guys that are in here. So ultimately you determine the welfare of every other person. The more you see that burden on your shoulders, the more you're able to conceptualize the importance of NAIP, irrespective of what the acronyms of our association is, okay? I took the pain to look at the GDP growth. And people always say, you know, and unfortunately, because I wear many caps, I've sat in meetings, you know, those lobbying conversations, and help with decision making. I've written 2 political manifestos. When you contribute 2%, you are not significant. Last year, 2.70, the whole of healthcare, not pharma, to GDP. Why should the president lose sleep? It's critical, we agree, but that's English. The year before, 2.78%. Last 5 years, 3.84% total annual growth contribution to GDP. But you as CEOs do Pareto's principle. 80-20. Because, and I'll tell you that I think that's the wrong figure, and I'll tell you why. But because our contribution is so inconsequential, there's not so much that is being done, so to say. And it's a GDP conversion. And you look at the US, I take the pain, it starts with data. I mean, the guys are in there. You look at what the US companies are contributing. You look at what is happening in the UK. First, and I would like to throw the first challenge is that I think the contribution of pharmacy to healthcare has not been properly dimensioned. And so most people who are sitting in the room do not understand the real impact in terms of GDP impact. I can boldly say that. I can say that because last year I was also involved in a group of people who are media advertising people and said, we don't have respect because they don't know our impact to GDP. And they got all the people together, I'm part of it, and they were dimensioning the impact. Where were they going? There's a law that they want to pass, unfortunately I'm there, which says that political campaigns, political activities, rallies must pass through certified advertising practitioners. So they now said, well, who are you people? What do you do to GDP? They are doing the assignment. Their output of the GDP of advertising people that all of you talk to, that they dance, usher, all those event planner, their outputs and what they are about to bring to the table and their stake is much more than the whole healthcare put together. It's not possible. It's an aberration. But how many times have we sat down to really dimension our impact and our contribution to GDP? And I'm coming somewhere because, again, as you throw the problem is to say, okay, how do we move? And I think the first thing is for people to listen to us, what is the size of our impact really? And can we commission that? When I took a journey 10 years ago into a field, again, I got bored, I'm restless, into the world of health, health economics. Because ultimately, something sits in there that allows you to understand the future is this is where you get the numbers. With 50,000 enrollees, I'm able to sit and see 50,000 prescriptions thereabout and see a prescription pattern in my health insurance firm that we invested in 10 years ago. And one of the most dramatic things I saw, which I also had a conversation then with the president then, but the president says that I don't understand why pharmacists even have conversation with doctors. Every prescription that we get, 50,000 of them on the average, okay? Every prescription we get, 65 to 72% of those prescriptions were drugs. Which means the whole healthcare lives off the people in this room. What are the 5 streams to make money in healthcare in a hospital? Investigation, lab, clerking, second stream. We talk about streams, your income verticals. So I'm either doing an investigation, which are the laboratory scientists, no matter how sophisticated, it's investigation. The other one is clerking, consulting, and all that. We pay a fee again. Second, am I right? The third one is procedure, surgery. Fifth one. Sorry, I didn't go to a good school. Let's start again. Let's start again. Oh, no, sir, I went to ABU. It's a good school, sir. Forgive me. But let's go back. First thing is you get into because all patients, whether in a pharmacy or a tradomedical place, when you come, you talk to me. And so I clerk. So I used to, when I was a pharmacist those days, I used to charge for clerking. Because then I thought that the word of pharmacy, I could do everything. So I thought, I used to charge, when you come, you talk to me, I charge you 2,000 there for my boss. So when you go to hospital today, you pay for consultation or whatever you call it, clerking. One stream of income. Am I right? Second stream of income is investigation. I don't know what's wrong with you. Go and do temperature test, whatever. Please, always time. So, temperature, blah, blah. You do, that's investigation, you pay for it, no matter how sophisticated. MRI, scan. It's the second thing a hospital or a medical facility gets funds from. The third one is procedure. Am I right? Cut you open. Nobody pays for procedure. The fourth one is what? Drugs. Inpatient, outpatient. Okay? The fifth one is what? They keep you in. Admission. That's what we pay for in the last 10 years. 65% of this is a chemical entity. And every time my wife and business partner is screaming, and it's not the children that is the problem, she's complaining about a provider that she supplied a drug at 1,000 and is returning it to our patients at 15,000 naira. Everybody lives off it. But question, the people that everybody is living off, do they even understand the worth? That they are the source of existence of the whole healthcare industry. So why did I show GDP? It's so that we We understand that if our healthcare space is not tracking, it is because NAIP has not started tracking. If 70% of my income comes from those chemical entities that everybody brings in, then of course, if I grow, it's that. How many people draw for scan? How many people do food check? How many people go pay for admission? How many people do procedure in a year? Compared to how many people get a prescription in a year. Let's look at the pharma outlook. Globally, should grow at about 9.1% to $5.3 million. $5.3 million, I think, is an underrepresentation of what we should be talking about. Okay? It's strong because there's huge population. I think the West African market should be our conversation. Fake adulteration will be on the rise. Mr. Chairman, so I know you've talked about cost of registering. It's a double-edged sword because what you will see is that there'll be stronger regulations because when scarcity comes, adulteration comes in. Thank you. Yeah. Adulteration comes in, and with that, the regulator wants to over-regulate. Because you see, I'm not sure how many people saw the post of somebody that said, I've been getting a drug in UCH to treat something. You saw the post? And the drug has been filled. Regulators see it. A politician will forward it. I've seen how those things happen. And just everybody start jumping. And what do you see? More rules. So again, when this happens, sir, more regulation will happen. They say our population will keep growing with population. You see, the beauty of pharmacy, when I read it those days, I didn't know it was not always true, is that from the day they give birth to you, you need a pharmacist till the day you die. All the things they use for you, a pharmacist has a role somehow. Okay? So with population, there's a direct correlation between population growth and what the pharma industry growth should be. But the biggest problem is that the cost to serve, which I will dovetail all my conversation around, is our biggest bane. The cost to serve will go up. What's the cost to serve? The cost it takes me from my manufacturing plant on the line to the patient who takes my medication, that cost is very important. Your ability to manage that cost determines how much market access you have and how much growth we're able to get. And this will be one of the biggest headaches of CEOs that are seated here. How do you do distribution? How do you do supply chain? With PMS on the rise, with cost of vehicles on the rise. Those days it was Corollas they gave. I'm not sure what they can give right now. I think a Corolla is 60,000, I think 60 million or something. 60 million? I don't know what rep they are planning to give, but maybe the Rams Aeronautics will still give a Corolla 60 million, depending on what does they want to sell, if they are selling their heads. So again, the cost to serve becomes a conversation. But much more than that, there are a lot of unseen costs we'll talk about. So what's with the impact? There'll be turbulence, the currency devaluation for those that are importing. But guess what? All of us import. You know, you're like this, oh no, I'm an importer. You're a trader. All of us are importing. Why? I think there's only one company bringing APIs. Hazon for PCM, for paracetamol, acetaminophen. I think that's the only API we have manufactured locally. Oh, none. Huh? Can you imagine? The last time I was doing a research and I said it authoritatively in the forum, I said at least there's one manufacturer. If you don't bring in an active ingredient, we're doing nothing. They're doing nothing. Okay? So which means ultimately, all of us will rise to the dollar. So it's important you know this economic turbulence is coming. The biggest part will be supply chain disruptions, increased cost of raw materials, difficulty in accessing foreign exchange, increased cost to serve, credit control challenges. And I will end by talking about CEO's dilemma of cost versus control. The cost to serve versus control of reaching the last mile is the biggest dilemma. You have a fragmented market of 250 million people or whatever. You want to get to them. How do I manage costs to reach them versus control of making sure my money comes back? And I'm sure the CEOs can relate. That's why the biggest pharma distribution company is not in here. I mean, it's in here, but it's not in here, or it's not all. 60, 70% is distributed by just one company. It's a bigger risk. And when you get to the places where conversations are being heard, those are not the kind of things. Two places where I heard that conversation, unfortunately, I didn't say I was a pharmacist. And those conversations were being heard. The comments that were made about the fact that the whole of the pharma industry dumped, and I have no reservation. Remember, I've not practiced for a long time. Give it to only 1, 2 entities. The impression from policymakers was not very nice. They believe that we are a greater risk than, and you see, that's all about the storytelling. They felt it was not proper. What exactly is it about supply chain that we cannot demystify? How do you train so many people, Prof, and we all cannot demystify supply chain of our people? There's something is wrong. How do they take us seriously? When we carry the whole of the supply chain from production to the end, 70% you give to an entity that takes more effects than you. How will they take us seriously? And that will be the biggest nightmare of people, supply chain. Financial constraint. If you are borrowing, you already know the impact. I won't say that. Regulatory. I've explained why there will be regulatory issue. But we'll borrow at high cost. How should we adapt? Agility and resilience will be critical. And it's not peculiar to us. I was in a forum with policymakers last week where they're looking at startups, and some startups will start folding up. And I like their approach. And policymakers said, sorry, there's no press, am I right? Sorry, is this press? Not press. Is it press? Okay. Anyway, so as I was saying, there was a challenge, with some sectors. And I was sitting with policymakers, and they are trying to make a decision. And the decision I liked. One of the policymakers said, that was last week, how many players, compared to these dominant 3 national players, how many players do we have? We've got only 9 players. Because with this FX thing, our guys can't continue to pay. We will have no startups anymore. Okay, 9 local players. Victor, what do you think? I said, well, these are the number of startups. This is the facts we have, sir. Okay. If Lagos State makes a policy decision today that I move everybody to these 9 players, what will the impact be? I said, nothing, Your Excellency. It will happen. And then phone calls are happening. No, can the rates come down? I said, you see, if Lagos moves, Edo moves. If Edo moves, then the problem, these 9 people, question now became, how do you take position in the 9? Well, so these 9 CEOs, you people, are you selling shares for those that are on the table so that you're not launched? But what I'm trying to say is that we need to look at it and see when those challenges come, how do you take position? And how do you ensure that policymakers support that direction? And that's what we mean by when we collaborate and when we're talking about agility and resilience in the face of it. We need to be adaptable. We need to readjust. You cannot continue to run things the same way and think it's going to go that way. We cannot keep OPEX the same way it has always been and assume that we'll be able to face the headwinds. So agility will be a strong critical impact. And that agility involves looking at your route to market. How currently am I getting my product to the last mile? Is there a better way to get it done at a more cost-effective way? I'll rush. Diversification of product offerings. When I looked at the global pharma companies, you found out that, again, while it's exciting to have so many of those rare chemical entities where you need significant amount of OPEX to be able to get them to the last mile, question is, are there soft cells in your portfolio that can help you? Because those are going to be some of the likely opportunities that you have. Exploring new markets. New markets against our adjacent markets. There's absolutely no reason why almost everybody in here is not also in the adjacent markets close to us. I know we've talked about it and, West Africa and all that. But if you see what happens in Syria alone, it might look as if they are small. They are not as big as Lagos. But the truth, informally, that's why I think it's not dimension. Informally, your products are there. Informally, many of us drive those economies and not being aware. Informally, some other people are benefiting from that supply chain. Question, can you be deliberate about it? Optimizing operation process, because I want to rush. I was in a project for a multinational, which I won't mention, in 2007. Crisis, and I'll move to there. And what happened? And that's why I say I'll say some controversial things. In 2006, we had a key distributor in a multinational who was owing the firm 4.2 billion naira. And the guy woke up one day and wrote and said they should stagger it, he can no longer pay. 4.2 billion. And then we set up strategy session, pulled all of us and everything and went around. But I'll shorten the conversation. The conversation was, it was decided as a company, talking about optimization. And I'll say a few things and then I'll quickly round up. And those are the kind of things we need to look at our processes. It was said, is our product important? And the question all of us said is yes. Are we building our brands enough to have a pool? And we said yes. And the CEO then, Britain, said, guys, I want this business de-risked. How many distributors do you have? 500. I want only 50 distributors. I want them to pay me cash. I only want to know what is the implication. Run the numbers. Sir, we'll lose 75% of our sales. He signed off on it. Go ahead. Sales max rolled out. That multinational, if not for recession, became $1 billion turnover and the most capitalized FMCG today in this country. We did everybody off. I keep asking one fundamental question. Between a cereal and a cocoa product that is 80% sugar and an antibiotic, which one is more critical? I know there might be retail people in here. I keep asking myself a question. When retail people are selling cash and carry, why in this world are you funding people's supply chain business? And we're complaining. This process I did in 2007, not in Nigeria, in West Africa. And I'm sure my colleague in Coca-Cola, I'm sure they do something close to that. I want to assume, but I think they do. Sorry, I work for SBC. I do things for Pepsi. I do strategy, so I don't know much about your system. I'm sure they do the same. Why are we funding the retail space? If you fund retail space in the next 2 years, many of us in this room won't survive it. Somebody is selling cash and carry, but you are taking loans. I don't have time for the strategy session. I would have shown you from what we call space diagram. If I was in this business, the strategy, I did it last night, but my wife, she looked and said, no, you waste too much time. People won't get it. Take it out of your slides. I took out those 5 slides. If I do the space posturing, looking about, which is close to a porter forces, if you were in this business, we are supposed to be exiting from what that framework tells you. Input pressure, buyer pressure, economic pressure, all the pressures are there. You have no business in here. What it says is a farm for exit. That's what strategy told me last night. But we should change processes. But let me also shock us. Is the fact that even hospitals now, okay, who are obliging everybody and wholesalers are beginning to demand for cash. Ultimately, the burden will lie on NAIP members who will be owing 90 days, 60 days, 120 days lines of credit, and who will feel the brunt of that. Cost optimization. And I can tell you 15 different companies who have taken this route to redefine their cost optimization strategy. How do I go to the market? What is the cost to serve? We call it cost of acquisition technology. What does it take from this warehouse to the person in the store? If you don't look at that cost, that is where we'll have a lot of issues. Because we're funding a lot of inefficiencies. And it does not mean except you've not built the brand. But trust me, if you move that money of inefficiency in supply chain to brand building, your brand, and I'm sure a lot of us have done it, your brand will command the equity that can allow it to have a pull rather than a push. Dumping and all that does not stay for a long time. That's a biodegradable business. The day you stop dumping or the day you're not done, it's gone. But let's build the brands. When you build the brands, then you can make it happen. Okay? And I'll rush the rest. What do you need to do? R&D efficiency. Again, we talk about starch and all that, won't waste time, but let's not go complicated. There are so many other things. Why are young people jackpotting? And I keep telling people, why are they living? If you are not inspired by the field of play, you will. Today I've got maybe 8. I've got a couple of pharmacists out there. I have the head of underwriting, which I said should be a pharmacist. I remember when National Health Insurance, NHIS, they came and said, no, this position is for a doctor, and I can be quoted. I said, just explain why, and I'll tell you why. They said, no, because head of underwriting is a doctor that knows the ailments. I said, the biggest thing I do in underwriting is underwriting a portfolio of risk. And my greatest cause of risk is drugs. When these doctors write down, they are speaking to my head of underwriting, he's the one that can look at the assessment and look at polypharmacy. What do you mean? They signed it off. Today we do internships for people there. I have more pharmacists in my, and I have doctors there anyway. But again, that's the reality. So when we look at different areas of innovation, it will help. They've talked about data. What do you do with the data? And I'll quickly round on. Lean manufacturing, podcasts are coming. Regulatory innovation. I won't go into a few case studies, but there are many regulatory innovations you can do. Many ways. I mean, he was talking about a capsule he wanted to put together 2 drugs. There are many regulatory innovations that can happen. If we sit to think, if you don't create challenge for these young generations, they will leave. If you're not inspired, I can't just be selling from morning till night. If you follow some, how much, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, put on that. Somebody else will steal everything in your car. You know, life can't be like that. Rapping forever on the field, it can't be. There must be something else inspiring. And the only way, let innovation verticals be around it. Let me round up. Sorry. I thought about collaborative. I jumped. If we don't collaborate with other stakeholders and verticals, if we want to operate as in isolation, it will be difficult. The journey will be much. We'll still be talking this 2.5%. I think there's so many ways to collaborate. And let's talk about it. If people are doing last mile deliveries, last mile optimization, FMCGs are getting products to that end, why can't farmers say, how are they FMCGs doing it? Can I take that out? Because guess what? They are growing significantly in leaps and numbers, double digits. Why is farmer not growing? Okay? And using technology, subscription-based services, like I said, it's the last mile, how we get our things in there to the last mile that matters. The cost to the last mile. And that's where innovation needs to happen. You cannot continue to do traditional model of getting to the last mile. Even the FMCGs that are 5 times, 15 times our size, are looking at strategies to get products to the last mile through technology and leveraging it and data. And this is where we need pharmacists, because you can only be a data scientist if you already understand the pharma space. You can't bring an engineer to come and do it for us. And these are the verticals we need to look at that will bring inspiration as around them. And I spoke about I'll end by talking about channel financing in here. And what will channel financing do? Channel financing is what many multinationals are put in place, which I think the pharma should be able to put in place. You want to distribute from us? Not a problem. We are not going to fund you. Our core job is manufacturing and marketing of those products. Go and bring your bank. When we get an invoice, and I'm not saying what I think, I'm saying what was created. When I get an invoice, I give to your bank. Your bank credits me in 24 hours. I'm gone. Your bank has your collateral. The number of days it takes you to pay is between you and your bank. Multinationals in which I was involved have been doing it for 15 years. That's why I get the cash. Again, I won't go through all those things because I want to quickly finish it up. But there are many ways in which, and we need to do it collectively. Not somebody undermining the rest. You are funding and taking much weight. You are funding hospital, you are funding lab, you are funding trader, you are funding retailer, you are funding the whole world, and you want NAFDAC to reduce the cost. NAFDAC too will not have money to fund this every time. And when they don't regulate, there'll be issue. But there is wealth. The only problem is that the wealth is not staying with the guys that are generating the wealth. And the strategies like this that we need. Digitally transform what you do. I can't spend so much time in there, but I think these 6 strategies help us. They've talked about inventory management stuff. Okay? And I talked about market access on our end, because that's my specialty. I've done that for 15 years for different companies. My greatest strength is market access. And I've come to find out that market access is more important than funding and finance. You don't need money if you get market. Market access, optimizing our distribution network, looking at technology introduction, looking at last mile delivery solutions will transform this industry. It's the only way. If we're able to do that, these strategies, looking at you, say, how do I get to the last mile? How can that person, again, don't think that if we don't have reps, products won't sell. I think if I'm unlucky enough, and I'll say I'm lucky because when I did the space diagram, the only thing about this industry is to exit. Okay, so as a venture capital, I'm not sure I'll put my money in here because it's telling me exit right now. But if I'm lucky enough to open a pharma manufacturing or distribution company, I will not use rep. Sorry, I don't think rep is my personal opinion. It's cost to serve. Are you sure we cannot innovate another way to get products to the last mile without passing through somebody who drives a car, who works maybe 4 hours, half of the time, and then they hold all the money? Which CEO is not having his debts being carried away by people? Which CEO? Because you are dealing with risk. People are taking cash up and down, you are complaining. You are dealing with risk. We, as pharmacists, we're destroying the ecosystem. Which other way can I deliver? Let's do a workshop, through innovation, run a hackathon. How else can I get this done without passing to this traditional model? Since the days of before I entered school, they've been using rep to come and teach us those days. I remember that guy was in Pfizer. He had one blue car, was in year 1. They've been using motor. That was the only one wanted to be a rep to buy a car that time. One Skoda Felicia or something that a guy was giving them that time. I was in ABU. They bring Skoda to our school. We'll be eyeing them. That's why I wanted to be a rep. You are still giving the Skoda Felicia. I've left school 22 years. Can't there be another way? On that note, let me end up. I don't know what's in there, but I'm keeping to time. Thanks. Sorry, I'm sure there'll be other things, but I wanted to just respect the time and end it there. Thank you.
Let's give it up for Let's please take our seats. When I was speaking to one of the panelists yesterday, and we were reviewing the workflow. All right. So when we're talking about today, looking at how today will go and all that, and we dimension the whole thing, I said, look, when it comes to keynotes, leave it. Gbenga will deliver. We know. And he left us in no doubt, you know. Once again, another round of applause for Pharmacists Gbenga, Afolabi. VGA, they call him Victor Gbenga Afolabi. Well done, well done, well done. You've done very, very well. Now, a lot of, by the way, another invitation is coming. So some people came to me, I said, Gbenga will be your keynote speaker. Don't worry, I'm just telling you publicly that I've set you up for another one. So. All right. So we're going to adjust the agenda a little bit, so that we can manage this whole program. The FNAPharm president said we need to move from, you know, he spoke about the knowing, doing gap, but he said in pharmacy we have a peculiar word, the talking, doing gap, you know. So he's around when the panel session comes, even though he'll be here and then. So we'll take all the questions around his presentation at that time. So please don't be in a hurry. Yes, Abi, you have a 1:15 meeting. Aga, we have hooked you today. Sorry, please help me hold the Pharmacist Tutu. Help me hold her so that if she's here, he's here. He's not going anywhere. We'll make sure we make the best of today's program. So, NAIP chairman. Pharmacist Ken. Okay, so get your questions ready. We will take your questions. All he couldn't do during the presentation, he will do during the question and answer session. But wanted to go side by side the panel session and all that, you know, because we believe most of those things are going to come up at about the same time. So while the panelists get set, we will invite Mikano. We are the representatives of Mikano. Mikano, can I see a show of hand of the... Okay, good. Representatives of Mikano are going to come now, and can we have their slides up? They're going to make their presentation, after which we'll go into the panel session. You can't afford to miss any part of today's program. It's been well curated. CAO, we can't wait. All right, so Mikano, are we good? All right, so let's all right, so let's give let's appreciate the representatives of Mikano, sponsors of this program, as they make their presentation. Yes, she's the one presenting. All right.
Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pharmacist Nifemi. I'm very sure I look so small, yes. My MD calls me 10 ml, so it's fine, thank you. My name is Pharmacist Nifemi, and I'm a representative of AfriMedical, a subsidiary of Mikano Limited. So AfriMedical is... Please, can I have the... Yeah, thank you so much.
Sorry, excuse me. It's not working. Yeah, it's not moving.
Okay, thank you so much. I think it's not the beginning. Yeah.
Please, just a few minutes to resolve some technical issues, and then we'll be back on course.
Yes, okay. Okay. Yes, okay, I think it's on. AfriMedical is a division of Mekano. Mekano has been incorporated from 1993. It's been in Nigeria for 30 years. And then we have over 6 other divisions. We have Mekano Foods, we have Mekano Motors, mostly, but we, AfriMedical, we are a division of Mekano. We produce syringes mostly. AfriMedical was established in 2019 during the COVID era, when there was COVID in the country and there was high demand of medical supplies and there were no factories that could provide that. So AfriMedical came in existence at that point. We produce class 2 medical devices for when COVID-19 started.
Okay, let's be back on our seats so that we can get the full value for this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Okay, so AfriMedical was established in 2019. And then we produce mainly syringes and masks, surgical masks and syringes. Okay, this is our plant, this is our factory. Our factory has a fully automated machines that produces the syringes from the feeding units to the packaging units. Okay, and then we produce over 1.8 billion syringes per annum. 1.8 billion syringes per annum, and we're located in Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. Here is our raw materials. This is our preparation area. This is where it starts. This is our injection molding area where we mold the barrels and the plungers. And this is where we assemble the syringes together to make it a particular syringe. Because we know we have the cannula and everything. We bring it together to make it a syringe. And this is our blister packaging area where we package the syringes. And our blister packaging is color coded. We have different colors for each syringes to make it easier for the doctors and every other person using our syringes. This is our gray area where the packaging happens. This is our gray area. This is our electron beam control room. We use electron beam sterilization technology. I'm sure everybody knows it's an advanced and the latest form of sterilization. When you sterilize, it doesn't affect the components of the syringe and still sterilize it by 99.99%. You know, we can't say it's 100% sterilized. 99.99% sterilized. This is the E-beam area. The package are being brought through a conveyor belt into the chamber, and it is being sterilized by electron beam sterilization. And then during production, we have quality people, quality personnel that actually check. This is called in-process quality check. We check for every quality protocol during production. During production, we check every single thing. This is our laboratory inside the factory. So for every batch that is being produced, we check for the quality. We check for the pH. We check for and this is our finished good area. This is where we put our packaged goods. After sterilization, it is being brought to the finished goods area. And then we have our UPS room, the pump room, and then the compressor room. Those are the factory utilities. The factory utilities. And then Afriject syringe, we produce mostly 0.5 ml auto-disable immunization syringe. We produce, yes, the 0.5 ml auto-disable immunization syringe. We have the 2 ml, 3 ml, 5 ml, and 10 ml. And one thing that we hold is quality. We follow ISO 9001 2015 QMS and ISO 13485 MDMS. We follow these quality protocols to the latter during production. So we use medical grade materials. Medical grade materials, and our syringes are made of 30% less plastic because we're looking into the future. So we are trying to be eco-friendly. That is why we use 30% less plastic, and then we use medical grade materials in making our syringes. Yes, so it goes from the raw material. Every single thing is being checked. We check for the quality of the raw material. We check for the melt index and everything. So the raw material is being transferred into the production units. Okay, and then the syringe, the raw material is being transferred. It takes it up, and then it's being transferred into the machines, which takes it to the machines, and then it is being molded. It is being molded. Our machines are fully automated, so there's less direct contact, human contact with our syringes. So it goes from the feeding unit to the packaging unit. It is fully automated, and it goes through. Sorry, please, the last slide, please. The last one, the other one, the production. Yes. So after it goes through the production unit, it goes through the in-process. After producing every single batch, we take it for quality checks. We take each sample from each batch, and then after we've checked the quality, it goes to the syringe assembly, where we assemble each syringes. And then the final product pack is being packaged and taken in for sterilization, where it is, after sterilization, it's being packed into the finished goods area. okay, and then it's being stored there, and then that is where the customer receives the product in the finished goods area, and then we sell it. Our distributors take it for sale. Okay, the next slide, please. Our sourcing. Raw materials are taken directly from our acquired internationally from our international partners, which makes it, and our products here are locally manufactured. I think our key speaker said something about that, about we locally manufacturing our products in Nigeria. Yeah. We locally manufacture our syringes in Nigeria. Our head offices along the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. And then our manufacturing, like I said, is fully automatic. Fully automatic. And then our factory is one of the biggest factory in Nigeria with a production of 1.8 billion per annum. 1.8 billion production per annum. So everything about us, our goal is easy accessibility and affordability. Easy accessibility and affordability. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Like they say, big things come in small packages. Let's appreciate her once again. She's done very well. The Afri-Medical booth is there behind us. Let's do well to engage with them. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we move into the panel session. How we are going to cram all what we need to do into the 1 hour session, I do not know, but based on the strength of the rapporteur, I have no doubt that she will deliver as she always does. So I will start. I will abridge the introductions, because if you leave me to sing the praises of CAO, I won't stop. Ladies and gentlemen, to coordinate and lead that session, join me in welcoming, and before I go into that, I want to speak to the composition of the panel. There's something NAIP has done that I'm hoping to understand. Because one thing that they have done, which has been alluded to by both the chairman and a few other speakers, is the fact that they have brought people who are pharmacists but are outside to come inside, and it gives us a unique perspective, just like when VGA was, a number of these big people, they have acronyms. Just like when VGA was speaking, from pharma, he had moved to FMCG, innovation, so he has a different dimension of view of things. Same thing Dr. Odumodu, when he was speaking, having gone through government and everything, he comes with a unique perspective. Today we have a pharmacist who has left core pharma and is blazing the trail in the medical devices space. We have a pharmacist who is a global player when it comes to public relations management, managing one of the biggest brands in the world, PR-wise. We have another one, a pharmacist who is one of the biggest PR consultants in Nigeria, all on this panel. And then we have two people, one in active production and then one a business owner. So it gives us a unique dimension to look at things. And so I will start by inviting the rapporteur, I like the big name that came with rapporteur, coordinating analyst. You know, like the minister for health is the coordinating minister for the economy. So we have the coordinating analyst for this panel session. She knows where I'm going, so she wants to stop me. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for the one we call CAO, Clare Adana Omatseye, as she comes to lead this panel session. I got it. All right, thank you very much. Please take the middle seat. The crew, can I have the second mic, please? All right, next I will be in no particular order now, or maybe I'll do, can I do man, woman? Okay, I think I'll succeed with that. Next I will invite pharmacist Christopher Agwoluekene. He is a graduate of the University of Nigeria. started as a retail pharmacist, then hospital pharmacist. Then, ladies and gentlemen, he went on to acquire the Ecomed Pharma Limited from FPSN PLC, and since then has been churning out amazing products into the Nigerian market. Join me in welcoming pharmacist Christopher Agwolu-Ekene to the panel. You're welcome, sir. All right, then another lady. Okay, okay, it's good. It's gelling. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next person I'll be inviting is a seasoned pharmacist. However, our bread and butter today comes from working as a senior director, public affairs and communications and sustainability for Coca-Cola Nigeria Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming pharmacist Amaka Onyemelukwe. You're welcome, madam. We have been seeing on LinkedIn, now we see face to face. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I will bring in another man now. He's from the name of his company to his first name. He has a way of playing with words. But let me not go too much. Ladies and gentlemen, help me in welcoming pharmacist Callistus Okorua, CEO of Accelerate, as he comes to the podium. For those of us who meet him in the WhatsApp platforms, he always comes with this very interesting dimension. He's a big philosopher of the rethink, you know. He just said, can we think about it from this dimension? You know, let's appreciate him once again, pharmacist Callistus Okorua. You're welcome. Always a delight to listen to you. And they say you flank the, get as my CEO, don't arrange the arrangement. Last, but by no means the least, is a lady who I have had the great fortune of working very closely with in the last few months, and it's been an absolute delight. Ladies and gentlemen, I won't say much more, but she has over 20 years experience in this industry as a manufacturing expert. Join me in welcoming the technical director of Usifoh Pharmacists. Yetunde Adigun. You're welcome, madam. Like I said, this is a panel session that will help talk through some of these issues. I will allow the coordinating analyst, I like that, and rapporteur to take charge of the discussions. However, the slight twist is that Gbenga Afolabi is a honorary member of this panel. So questions for his session can also come up, and when they do, he will be given the opportunity to speak. He is in another meeting as is there, but oh, you're not there. Okay, I should not tell them. You have to get. All right, but we're fine. So, CEO, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I will get back to you later on what you've just done. The president of NAIP, the president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, the President Emeritus, and His Royal Highness Alhaji Yakasai, my one and only boss of all times, and everybody has given a pitch for their own alma mater. I would like to specially recognize Dr. Joseph Ikem Odumodu, who we call JIO. I would not be here today without this gentleman who gave us the opportunity. He started the innovative disruption in the pharmaceutical industry many years ago and gave girls, women, a chance to be medical reps and to surpass the targets of men and to grow in the industry to become executive directors. JIO, one and only. To all the other distinguished personalities here, and most importantly, to our very distinguished panelists on this podium today. We have the very special task of speaking about navigating through the strong economic headwinds. The title that was given to me a little while ago, I'm seeing for the first time. As far as I understand, I'm just the moderator for today. The people with the answers, that feel the pain, that understand where the shoes pinch, and most importantly, have the out-of-box solutions that we need to be able to have, are sitting on my right and to my left. Let me first congratulate NAIP for making sure that gender balance was obeyed. We're not talking about equality, we're just asking for equity, and you can see that on this panel. Thank you. Please give NAIP a round of applause. So in order not to repeat what the guest speaker said, I really do like the disruption and the stir that he caused in the room. But the truth is that the headwinds in Nigeria can be seen as both headwinds and, as our chairman of the day said, tailwinds. It depends on what set of glasses all of us decide as CEOs to wear. I see positivity, I see opportunity in chaos. And I dare say, if anybody remembers several years ago in the middle of COVID, we saw the importance of healthcare and the correlation between healthcare and economics. So I don't care what the GDP says, if it's 0.5% contribution, whether it's 4% contribution, that's not what matters. It is about the potentials. As CEOs, one of the critical things that we must do is find in our organization our hypers and hypos. Hypers are high performers, hypos are high potentials. The same thing we must do when it comes to products and services. But we need to move away from just talking about products to moving to services. I listened to Arise News. Gentlemen and ladies, I listened to Arise News a few days ago, and an analyst, the real kind of analyst, was saying exactly what our guest speaker said today. The changes that have happened in the macroeconomy and how it has directly, indirectly, and adversely affected the Nigerian populace. He talked already about the MPC committee and the CRR going from 32% to 49%, 45%. We talked about the inflation that is at 29.9%. I think all these figures we know. But most importantly is that I was told that we have the highest misery index in Nigeria in the last 3 decades at present. How do you turn this misery? And as you know, misery is a combination of unemployment plus inflation. How do you turn this misery into something that is positive? How do you take a vicious cycle and make it a virtuous cycle? I do hope that by the time we finish this panel today, that we will be able to leave NAIP with at least 10 key points when they engage government next week at the stakeholders meeting, that we are very clear as to what our asks of this industry is to be able to unlock the potentials of the pharma industry in Nigeria. And if we don't do that, the consequences. COVID-19 showed us the direct correlation, not just of the human capital index and economy. It also showed us how important drug security and medicine security is. If we had another 3 to 6 months of COVID, I don't know what would have happened to people with non-communicable diseases and so on and so forth today. So it is up to us to turn these headwinds into tailwinds, ways in which we can increase profitability and the bottom line and revenue. So to my right and to my left, very distinguished speakers. Most importantly, a mix of people who are in the helm of affairs, as my brother OK would put it, are in the trenches and have to roll up their sleeves every day, battling power, battling supply chain issues, battling customs, battling increasing customs tariffs, and so on and so forth. And we have others who have the privilege of leaving the industry and having an outside-in view, and more importantly, putting one leg back in the industry. So I'm going to start first by giving a quote that I heard the Honorable Minister say last week, and I read. On Wednesday, 28th of March, during a press briefing in Abuja, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate announced and disclosed that he had secured a $240 million investment from a Brazilian pharmaceutical company for local manufacturing of generics. Should we be happy or should we be sad? There's no hard and fast rule to this. Foreign direct investment, in my opinion, is very important, but government needs to start with domestic investment and domestic resource mobilization. But we in this room as CEOs need to be poised for the opportunities that are presenting us. Never have we ever had the tailwinds that could increase our profitability and our revenue like we have right now. I'm not a government spokesman, and I'm definitely not a politician. However, if you, as our keynote address speaker said, if you're not on the table, then you're on the menu. Right now, pharmaceutical industry is at the lips of the politicians. We have the political will that we have never had in the last 5 decades. The opportunity for local production of pharmaceuticals and backward integration into APIs and excipients is now. If you don't do it, foreign direct investment will do it. So the choice is ours. We like the foreign direct investment, but I do hope that when they come in, that they partner with us. But if we're not poised for it, they will come in, take the money, and go away. And it will not necessarily help the economy. He also said, and he didn't quote the name of the company, that there are 2 diagnostic companies establishing in Lagos, and they will start production and launch in December 2024. I do hope those are Nigerian companies. If not, well, we will know what's going to happen now. So in order not to waste a crisis and to be able to look at the things and the opportunities that we've had today and the political will, we're going to speak to each of our various panelists today. I'll start by asking a general question, 1 or 2 questions which they will respond to. We need more microphones if we can, please. Another microphone. Oh, just 2, okay. And then I'll ask some specific questions based on their knowledge, skills, and experience. So let me start with our far right. Amaka, can you please just tell me, what has been your experience as a manufacturer yourself, experience of manufacturers and importers in the last 1 year? And this is a question each of you will answer, please. Please keep it short, 1 minute, so that we can go through.
Okay, thank you so much. And I'm really honored and humbled to be here. I want to express my thanks to NAIP, and once again to acknowledge my dear lecturer, Professor Usifoh. Thank you so much. I think without our fundamental, I wouldn't be standing here. On the experience of the manufacturing sector over the last 1 year, I think whatever sector it is, so FMCG, pharmaceuticals, is the same, basically. So we've seen, we all know about the disruptions from the forest. Let's even start from there. Because as much as we manufacture locally, we have to source most of the raw materials from outside of the country. Only 10% of the need, of the forest need, is most times honored, if you're lucky. The remaining 90% you have to source from parallel markets. That's, by its design, already puts a lot of disadvantage on the manufacturer because your input cost has a big challenge. Power, it's a critical factor for enabling the manufacturing system. It's non-existent. The cost of diesel has been astronomically going up over the last 1 year. Infrastructure deficits, so depending on the whole supply chain infrastructure, we know what has happened in terms of goods transportation. That also is a critical challenge that everyone is facing. The security risk, these are some of the things really, because when we talk about, sometimes when we argue that in terms of whether the government taxes, regulations are enough, the challenge also is that the cost of doing business in Nigeria is so high. And that by design affects the manufacturing sector because security challenges, I don't know, people that have, even from employees getting kidnapped, how people move around in terms of their supply chain processes. It's enormous. I've had to sit in how many rooms to actually negotiate how we are going to bring out employees from their adductors. And that by design actually limits how we get our goods to the last mile. And most importantly, I think another critical factor, it's the challenges from clearing of the goods, the time wasting in the ports. It's a great factor that technically actually obstruct business. And really, for me, really, I'm not limiting this to pharmaceuticals now, at least being from the FMG space, I think this is one area. If you look at whether it's the competence level or the willingness from of automating the system of the custom area is one critical aspect that I don't think that manufacturer has spoken enough to actually highlight what this does to businesses. And I think that is also an opportunity that we have to be able to bring out to the table so that we can make things easier and enable more businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we give her a round of applause? I think she's answered the question for most of the panelists, but I will still ask Pharmacist Ekene Agolu, because you face this on a daily basis. Can you also just respond to the same question?
Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you. Well, it's quite tough. That is the practical reality. Nobody employs me. I have most of the, when you're a CEO, all the stress is on your head. The company fails on your head, company survives on your head. It's quite tough. It's an opportunity anywhere. But then, the government is not making it easy for us. Production costs, custom frustration, diesel costs from 2.5 million every 2 months, this morning to 10 million. Every 2 weeks, not every 2 months, every 2 weeks, 10 million only on diesel. And the problem there is that it's not only the pharmaceutical, the purchasing power of people are going down. Some people, they must fill their stomach first before they come to your drug. In fact, some people are taking tabo to survive. 3, some of the material we use in the factory, some of the machineries, they supply to us on credit, maybe from UK, from Germany, from India, and your own cost, even when you supply to the distributors, probably something you mark up, you do your calculation with 700 naira per dollar. And now by the time they pay you, you discover that the cost of dollar is now 2,000 or 1,800. And you are owing about $200,000 there. So how do you do it? By the time you convert that money, you discover that you are poorer by half or more than half. That is the practical reality. So it is not really easy, because another thing is that those things are not, the price of dollar is quite unpredictable. So for you to do your planning, by the time you do your planning, this is what I'm doing, by next month, this is what it's going to be, you discover that government policies and the price of dollars and custom this thing will destabilize every plan you've made. Another thing there is, too, when you're talking about government, also our regulating agencies and the custom. If, for example, we discover that somebody said that GSK left, it's an opportunity for us. They have no stake here. You and I have stake. You're not going anywhere. You're not jabbering anywhere. The country belongs to us. So the reality is that if GSK is going, what are they doing we can do? You discover to produce what they want to produce. You do your research, do your investment, take the product to NAFDAC, you discover that the window is not open. So everything stopped there. That is the practical reality. So let's face the reality. That's the practical reality. So we have economic problem. If we are going to solve that economic problem, the government has to be truth with themselves. The question we have to ask is, what do we really want? It's not what other people want. It's not what United States of America want. It's not what WHO want. It's not what IMF want. The question is, what do we want? And we must do what we want, not what they want. Because what we want is going to save us. We have to take a look from what the Indians, what the Chinese, what they did. Thank you very much. Maybe let me just stop here.
Yes, that round of applause. I think we should give him another round of applause. From 2.5 million for diesel to 10 million today, he definitely deserves that round of applause. Now, he hit the nail on the head when he said that we have witnessed in the last few months the exit of several multinationals, especially two in the pharma industry. We've lost GSK and Sanofi. And I understand that PZ is in the process of delisting, which could be, I don't know, a step to exiting too. So my question, and this is to Callistus first, and then you also answer the same question. Should we expect any more exits? And most importantly, are we prepared? Is the Nigerian pharmaceutical industry prepared to fill that void?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Claire. I think that the question is very loaded, and it's also very interesting. Very interesting because even as we speak, there is a development which I find very fortuitous to those circumstances. I speak to the fact that I understand that the federal government is currently in the process of putting together an executive order that relates to helping to bring down the cost of drugs. So I want to speak to the importance of policy to a lot of these issues. In doing that, I'm now going to first principles. I always think that by virtue of our training, it's always very important to go to first principles. And when you talk about policy, you are going down to first principles.
Sorry, excuse me, can we just keep our voices low? We're here for a reason, and our industry is in crisis, and we have people who spent their time to give us some of their knowledge. Please, let's just respect that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire. So still going back to the issue of first principles. Now, I want us to take our minds back to a country called Bangladesh. Indeed, when I worked in SFH many years ago, Bangladesh was always a very important case study for us because it's a very poor country. It's an LDC, least developed country. It's one of the very, very poorest. So whatever successes you record in Bangladesh, you're very, very proud to highlight. But do you know something about happened to Bangladesh, which was founded on sound policy? Today, Bangladesh exports medicines to countries like Nigeria and well over 100 different countries around the world. Bangladesh meets the drug needs of the country by up to 97%. There are up to 19 countries in Bangladesh producing APIs for the country. Now, what did Bangladesh do? And what can we learn from a country like Bangladesh? In 1982, there was a very, very strong policy overhaul with regard to the pharmaceutical industry. It was a very, very big policy. Now, one of those policies was that if you didn't have a manufacturing operation in the country, you would no longer be required. You would no longer be expected to sell in the country. That was one. Another one was that I think there were a number of regulations. Another one had to do with reducing very, very significantly the number of medications that were in the market in Bangladesh. Now, when those regulations came up, they were seen to be very, very draconian. Indeed, the MNCs, the multinational corporations, the GSKs of this world were very, very bitter. And just like GSK has done in the recent past, Squib left Bangladesh, But so what? As at 1982, MNCs were responsible for 70% of the drug production in Bangladesh. Today, local manufacturing firms in Bangladesh are responsible for 90% of all the drug production in Bangladesh. So by using policy, that country was able to navigate those circumstances and turn the tide in its own favor. And that is something that we can do. I was very, now even though, should I call you Chief, sir? Chief Doctor or Mr. Odumodu, our chairman, I was very delighted with his very, very short exposition earlier when he said, look, pharmacy hasn't done a very, very good job with regard to letting the country see why we are different, why we are special, why we should be treated differently and specially. The keynote speaker also did something similar when he talked about the fact that, look, we need to do a better job at dimensioning our industry and letting the world see the contributions we make with regard to GDP. It's far more than is reported. Now, it's only after we do this that we can now stand out and say, look, we want to affect policy. And we do not need to wait. Yes, I hear all of the talk about the need for us to be in the room where laws are being made, the need for us to play a more active role in politics and all of that. The truth, however, is that even while we are waiting to do this, we need to do a better job of selling ourselves and selling the value that we bring to life in Nigeria. I'm losing my train of thought a little bit. I'm getting old. We want to do a better job of doing all of that. Now, there was a key issue in Bangladesh, and another very key strategy. And one key strategy they employed was that they deliberately instituted a mechanism whereby there will be systemic acculturation of manufacturing expertise across board. Now I come here, for instance, and I look around, and all I see are CEOs of manufacturing institutions. And I'm wondering, where is the professor of pharmaceutics from University of Lagos, for instance? Where is the professor of pharmaceutical technology from OAU? Where are the students of pharmacy? Where are the other players? Where are the retail or community pharmacists? Where are those in the hospital? How are we cross-fertilizing ideas? How are we building, like Chairman said earlier, how are we building linkages such that we learn from each other and add value to what each person is doing? Bangladesh recognized this very, very clearly, strove to build capacity across board. And like I said, today, we are importing medicines from Bangladesh, just like many other countries around the world, and Bangladesh is able to meet its drug needs in the country.
Thank you very much, Callistus. Can we give him a round of applause? So we need to find relevant case studies and comparators to be able to look at industries and LMICs that have similar conditions, macroeconomic conditions as ours, similar tailwinds and headwinds, and learn from them. So I'm going to ask also our colleague from Swiss Pharma, Pharmacist Yetunde Adigun, to please also answer the same question. But also, please, can you hit on, are we ready to fill the void?
So to answer the first question, I defer to Gbenga's analysis he did yesterday to say the market says exit. It's just clear if you look at all the numbers. But the question is, if we exit, some people have the choice to exit. Some of them came with their briefcase, so it's easy to exit. Some people have serious investments, so the option of exiting is not an option. Look at the level of investments that the lady presented to us on the nose marks between 2019 and 2020. Remember, not to overanalyze, I cannot imagine how much that plant cost to put down. So there are roots. So if there are roots, even if the storm is blowing or the rain is falling, you remember what you have put down. Where it's a bit disappointing is where you have people like PZ, because PZ was not a portfolio business. They set roots. But beyond who is exiting, we must also remember that people are coming in. I took some venture into some other markets, and I was interested. It's interesting to know that even in other spheres like sanitary ware, tiles, you have the Chinese come in, and they are setting roots. I visited somewhere in Bedmates, and I was surprised that they're manufacturing in Nigeria. something makes this market attractive. We that own or are residing here need to understand what that is. But back to the topic, which is to say, what are we going to do? That resilience that Gbenga also had mentioned, that flexibility, is something that each individual person and each individual organization needs to determine their internal strategies. We're not going to say all of it on this stage, but I'm happy that some of the disruptive thoughts are coming up. I mean, why sell on credit? We are just working for the banks, working for the distributors. But that's just one. For me, to ask if we have what it takes, I'll say yes, but it's going to be a lot of change on our part. Gbenga mentioned lean manufacturing. Lean manufacturing has been forever. But let me pose a question here to the CEOs. How many of us have an office for continuous improvement that is actually functional? How many of us practice the theory or the principle of Kaizen in reality and not just send one person, two persons for a workshop? There is a void of, I will not say there's a void of knowledge, there's a void of practice. And when we are ready to practice, then I say we're ready to take charge of the opportunities that this tough time presents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So earlier we heard one of our speakers say that there's going to be a major investment of $1 billion into our industry. Question is, do we have enough existing industries to utilize that funding? Do we have enough business plans ready and poised and bankable to take advantage of that? If we are not ready, who is? So have we read the latest investment guidelines? Do we know the incentives for incentivizing healthcare investments and pharmaceutical investments? I can tell you that the major companies globally in LMICs, like the Brazilians, have read every incentive that Nigeria has back to back, and they milk it to the end. We don't read enough, and as the last speaker said, we don't have dedicated people within our companies whose responsibility is to keep an eye on not the crystal ball, but on the ever-changing ball of government. So I'm going to ask Pharm Chris here, in your opinion, do we have enough pharmaceutical companies? But more importantly, do we have the technical manpower to take on the next level of responsibility that we need to be able to do? And are you feeling the Jackpot syndrome in your company? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So many things in my mind. What do we say? What's the first question? Let me start from the first one.
Sufficient number of manufacturers.
Yeah. We are pharmacists, and also we are businessmen. And women. Let me tell you something about a businessman or business woman. One, why do we go into business? To make money. Why do you study pharmacy? Because you feel it's a marketable course. Otherwise, it's very easy. You can go and read psychology, come out of the school, very easy. When there is money there, you see people will go into investment, into research. So the pharmaceutical company will have is enough. If you have more coming, they're welcome. But the issue there is, once there's an opportunity, people will start doing research. There's nothing big, for example, what Americans are doing, you say you cannot do. After all, go to India and China, there's no new technology they have there. Most of those things are copied technology. And I have a lot of money today because they decided this is what we want. And they close their country. And it's even good, let me just tell you, why America is controlling most of the world, they give you sanctions, because they have investment all over the place. They put their money out, most of those things collapse. It's good for us that most of the investment we have in this country come from Nigerians. So it will become very difficult
for another country, or when there's problem, you say you are pulling out. You are not pulling out anywhere because you belong here.
So, Chris, are you ready to take part of that? Are you ready to take part of that $1 billion coming into Nigeria? And do you want it in dollars or in naira?
The truth there, I will tell you the truth. That is the reality. I will tell you the reality. I will not take the money. One, I have a company. An Indian company came to me. Initially, I have an American company. They want to go into diagnostic equipment and all those things. And later, one Indian company came to me. They called me. They told me, you know, GSK has existed here. They're no more in Nigeria. They have this NASA drop. Why can't you produce it? We'll get some expatriates, a train, start producing it. I called one of my friends. He's an ENT doctor. I tried to find out whether there's market for it. The man told me, no, there's Avamet. I brought Avamet. I discovered that Avamet is a metered product. I asked them, they say yes, they can provide those things. Immediately, my mind went to inhalers. You have the steroid, you have the, what do you call it, the Ventolin. I said, well, this is a very good market. Now, they said they're going to break money. But let me tell you the reality. When they bring this money, they bring it in dollars. We invest, start the business. The business can get to probably like Alpha Pharmacy when I've manufactured it and the product is approved. If it's not approved, those investors, the headache will be on my head. We'll put in $1 billion here. What is going on? That product cannot. That means taking the money is a big problem. Now, let me tell you what is going to happen to that man from Brazil. No, hold on. Do you know why their own will fly? That is the reality. The issue there is that government don't care about their citizen. I'm sorry to say that. But they care about outsiders. If that Brazilian company brings in that money here, whether they bring 500 billion, it will fly. Do you know why? Because government will take special interest. Every registration, everything there will be moved by Ministry of Health. Everything is accelerated registration. Under 6 months, everything is functioning. But you who is a citizen, bring in that money, they will sit down on it. Nothing will move. That is the reality.
So, you can feel the raw pain, the raw passion as he's speaking. So, ladies and gentlemen, how do we change that raw pain that Pharmacist Chris has just shared with us, such that when government speaks to us, the same way they speak to foreign direct investment, we also have the ears of government. So let me ask here now, Yemisi, to say a few words on this same subject.
Okay, so...
And also Amaka, who has had a lot of dealings with government. So just please, keep it short, 1 minute each.
I would leave the, sorry, okay, I thought you wanted me to say something. I will leave the government part to Amaka. I would like to just answer the technical manpower and resource. The drought of personnel. I was speaking with one of my previous colleagues that people are coming to Nigeria to recruit personnel for Rwanda. Yes. But don't be alarmed, please. I say here, and we are here, just a bit of quiet, please. We have CEOs here. We have decision makers here. First of all, we must attract technical people. We must attract them. 20 years ago, when I decided to work in a factory, I knew what my salary was. I knew my complaint to my boss then, and I knew what was prevalent for the sales and marketing team. First of all, we must attract them. I knew the battle that has gone off over the years in order to say people that work behind the scenes should be motivated. Let's put that aside. When we attract them, we must motivate them not just by money, but mentally challenging them. The regulations, the technology, they are evolving. And if you find someone that the motivation goes beyond money, and the person is genuinely curious on how things evolve on the technical phase, on regulatory phase, then you have a germ. And you need to work hard to retain. It's a real big problem. When you now find, one thing that we find within our space is that it's constantly evolving. They change the rules, they change the guidelines. And I tell you, regulation is tough. And balancing operational efficiency with regulation, it's even tougher. Because you ask yourself, why must I do this? After all, baseline, I'm good. So we must continue to attract, retain, and develop the technical skill that we have. Please mind or note that technical skill is not only pharmacists. It covers the engineers. It covers the laboratory analysts, everyone that must contribute to the conversion of a raw material to a finished product contributes this skill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Amaka, you have had an extensive career, but let's just go straight to the government relations and what we can do to change the narrative that Chris says and his first-hand experience to one of a positive outlook.
Yeah, so for me, actually, so I've also done government engagement in pharmaceuticals. I used to work for Novartis before I moved over to FMCG. And the truth is, I see the pain in terms of what he explained. We see it every day, how we enable foreign companies and get express approval versus the local ones. And I think really that is where the advocacy part needs to be in place. We talked about data. We need to pull out this data. What does it take? How long does it take to get NAFDAC approvals? How long do they spend on the lab? What is the issues in terms of order, whether it's export approval or permits? We need, I work in the FMCG space. They invest a whole lot of money in public policy advocacy, technically to enable their business. Why they do a lot in terms of making sure that the market access is there, the public policy aspect shouldn't be neglected. And I think this is where I see a lot of gap in the pharmacy practice. We have, whether it's veterans that have been in the practice, that have to actually go for these negotiations. In the Ministry of Health today, how are we actually bringing data-driven, because normally when you complain, it might be, oh, it's just a personal feeling. But we need to bring out the data and be able to approach, whether it's the regulators, whether it's from the Ministry of Health, for example, to be able to actually put together to say, look, this is impeding business risk. And these are our experience over maybe a period of 5 or 3 years. And I think that's what we need to do more. Most times, even the function is non-existent in the pharmaceutical industries because we are focusing really doing the heavy work, but we don't pay attention on how we advocate for enabling policies that will enable local companies. I think we have all it takes. We have the resources. We have expertise in the industry, but we really need to be more vocal. We need to pull the data and be able to talk about it in different forums. So that would be my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Amaka, while you have the mic, please keep the mic. So Amaka is a cerebral corporate Amazon. She is the head of public affairs, communications, and communication and sustainability for Coca-Cola. But as you heard before that, she's worked for Philip Morris International as well as Novartis. So with the best of both worlds, in your pharma world and your FMCG world, in the present climate, we've heard about the dollars and the escalating dollar. In fact, the dollar quadrupled at some stage from 460 naira to the dollar CBN rate to as high as almost 1,900 about a week and a half ago. That's 4 times. How does anybody do business with that kind of hyperinflation? There's no business school, even the business school of Netherlands, that can teach you VUCA on... This is VUCA on steroids. So what is, in your opinion, what can the federal government do to create a special Forex window for the pharmaceutical industry to be able to consider drugs as a national security affair?
So thank you for that. So first of all I think we're actually saying Nigeria, the pharmaceutical industry today manufactures only 20% of our local needs. And with the kind of country that we are, huge population, 200 million Nigerians, there's opportunity to do more. While the foreign companies like Nestle to PZ, Nigerian breweries were actually, the losses and MTN was actually coming from devaluation. That doesn't mean that the market growth was not there. The market was growing. However, those losses were recorded out of devaluation. And I think that is where the local companies have an upside. Dangote, Boa recorded significant increase, meaning that we have a lot of opportunity for the local companies. Then, when we talk about, in terms of coming to how are we going to navigate in this time, what is an essential, I think for me really is that we are an essential industry. I don't know whether we understand what that means. It means that we deserve to be protected and guided and enabled. Therefore, but then how do we make this case? When I joined Coca-Cola, one of my first assignments was to do an intervention in the healthcare sector. And I was initially when I was going, I thought, okay, probably I was going to be far away from my practice. But that intervention opened my eyes to something that I never saw even when I was sitting in the pharmaceutical industry. Because I had the opportunity to visit 15 tertiary healthcare centers, interacted with their CMDs across their different sectors, and I wept. Because the healthcare sector is in a bad shape. Medicines, supplies, are non-existent. And that is why an average woman that shows up for childcare, for antenatal, will be given a long list of things to be bought. Otherwise, you're not going to be attended to most times. And that's why most of them go to other places to seek help. Therefore, those numbers and the decadence in the industry is there. But nobody has paid attention. We all pay consultants. FMCG, I think, the highest spend every year, you pay, whether it's the KPMGs of this world, to do strategies, Nielsen data, to pull out your marketing data. I don't know how the healthcare industry is investing in order to pull out, because those data are used for policy negotiations. Therefore, we really need to invest behind pulling our data to be able to demonstrate to the government that we are an essential industry. And that is when we will begin to probably lock up rates, for example, with custom, to say, how do we ensure that for this critical sector, it's a form of intervention? Because if you wait for government to give you money, they don't have it. But then in terms of policy enablement, that is where they can come in to say, this is a critical sector. I think the GSK's, the recent exit of this multinational presents a huge opportunity for the local industry. I think for once, I saw trade and investment calling to the table this sector to say, what can we do for them? I know when the needle manufacturer also exited in New York, it made a big news. And I think that is the opportunity that we need to catch at the moment to be able to go to the table and have these negotiations. So in my view, I remember those days, even from HS Code, when you're bringing in some medicines, we need to actually demonstrate what are those essential medicines that we can actually remove, whether it's from removing import duty or reducing the import duties or having a special rate intervention. But we can't do that until we are able to demonstrate the issues. And I think the issues in terms of what is the data that is available, how can we ensure that we enable this sector to be able to increase the basic need of Nigerians in this sector. And I think it's I want to encourage everybody to say, look, let's invest in data, let's have a seat at the table to make these discussions. And the indices are in our favor right now to be able to lock up something with the current government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amaka. I think one of the things that we've gotten from this discussion today is that some of the parallels of other industries outside healthcare, we're not in a lacuna. We are working as part of an ecosystem, and there's a lot to learn from what FMCGs have done, what banks have done, what oil and gas has done. One of the things oil and gas did was to ensure that there was an indigenous content, and the role of the indigenous player in the market. You can see today, as Shell is divesting from some of their investments, Nigerians are poised to take over. And that is where we need to be. We need to be able to get ourselves in a position where we don't think about me, myself, and I, that we think about we, that how can we all come together? Not CEOs thinking in your silo way of thinking of my own challenges, but as CEOs coming together as NAIP to put together a super specialist company that can take over existing industries, that can do a new industry, a new investment, do backward integration to supply chain management, do diagnostic kits manufacturing, do vaccine manufacturing. There's so many opportunities, but we're not taking advantage of that. And I think some of the learning lessons that you have shared with us is very important. Now, Callistus, you have had a very interesting career. You started with MSD, went to Society for Family Health, you worked in DHL, MTN, and now you're the MD of your own consultancy and communications company. When we think and we read the papers today, all Nigerians are complaining is about the rising cost of drugs. And you know what? Every time they do, they keep on pointing at us in this room. Right? But the challenge is that when you point, remember that there's always one finger pointing back. So in your opinion, what do you think is really responsible for the rising cost of drugs in relation to the economy?
Thank you very much, Claire. I'm sure that from the foregoing so far, it's very, very clear the combination of factors that have driven these costs. Yes, fantastic. That have driven these costs to where they are at the moment. But what I'm really going to be very keen to speak about is what we can do to redress the situation. Again, I want to reemphasize the issue of policy. Thank you, Amaka, for also reiterating those facts. Policy remains very, very critical. Now, at a time when the federal government is thinking of an executive order to redress these issues, I think there is no better time than now for the industry to sit down and make its prescriptions. The government does not know left from right. That is the truth. It is for us to guide them, to let them know that if step A is taken or step B is taken, this is where the industry is likely to be in 10 years, in 20 years, in 30 years, and what that translates to for economic growth and development. Those points need to be made very, very clearly. Now, speaking to the issue of what the industry could do better. Now, I want to do a bit of storytelling. I think that's a tool we employ very much, unfortunately. But you see, in South Africa, now South Africa used to be a very, very, very small player in the ostrich skin business in the world. That business was dominated by Holland, by England, by Germany for very many years. So South Africa was contributing maybe 1%, 2% to the global business. Now, do you know that today South Africa accounts for 70% of all the global trade in ostrich skins? Now, that subject might sound a little mundane, but when you look at the fact that ostrich skins account for the business of top designers like Louis Vuitton, Giorgio Armani, and that is a very, very key component of the fashion industry across the world, and it amounts to billions of dollars, then you begin to see that it's not as mundane as we imagine. Now, what can we learn about South Africa's ostrich industry? South Africans realized that even though they were a big producer of ostriches, they played a very, very small role in the industry. What did they do? They came together. Today, there's a South African ostrich business chamber. They came together and began to reappraise their business operations and ask themselves, what are we doing wrong? What can we do better? Now, the ostrich skin is not like typical leather. You know, with leather, you can afford to have a tannery in Oregon, in Ikeja, all over the place. But the ostrich skin is different. It's very, very unique. So it demands a lot of specialist care. What did South Africans do? They sent one of their people to Europe to learn specialized ostrich skin tanning. The gentleman went to Europe, learned the skill, he came back to South Africa, and then they all pooled their resources and began to operate a single tannery for ostrich skin in South Africa. What did that do? It brought them skills, it brought them competence, but at the same time, it drove the costs down significantly, such that the whole world was now prepared to source ostrich skins only from South Africa, which is why today South Africa is responsible for 70% of the market globally, from 1% to 70%. Now, what can the industry learn from this? In the days before, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Now, when I go to Otta, for instance, and I see the way farm companies operate, sometimes I ask myself questions. Are there things we can do differently? Today, the power sector has been liberalized. Can we have a situation where different companies come together, pool their resources, and invest in an IPP that is focused only for the pharmaceutical manufacturing? That is the way to go. Can we look at a situation where, rather than all of us investing in transportation, delivery vans, and all of that, we come together, we pool resources, and have a single logistics company attend to all of our needs? Can we have a situation where we are only able to focus, where we focus a lot more on what we are good at, which is manufacturing, and leave all of the other issues, all of the other aspects to people who are skilled at those areas? Now, I think that that will be a very, very good way by which we can reduce costs amidst the circumstances that we face. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we give him a round of applause? I do like your disruptive thoughts. We need those, what I call disruptive innovation at this time. And floating an IPP, our own IPP, is a great idea. So I'm sure this is something that NAIP can take forward. So let me just go first to Pharm Yetunde. You, as the technical director of Swiss Nigeria, you know that there are various strict regulatory guidelines from, for example, NAFDAC, the opening of dossiers, the window for dossiers and things like that. As far as I understand, it's supposed to be done on a quarterly basis. At the moment, the window has not been opened. Should I go on, or would you like to make a few comments? Because NAFDAC is right here. Let me not say too much.
So that they will help us.
Can you make a few comments on some of the regulatory policies?
So I've been given a tough question, because it's a balance that needs to be struck. I believe that we went into the CTD dossier kind of submission before we were ready. Now, there are things that are good to have, good to do, but the same regulation talks about risk assessments, talks about quality risk assessment. And at some point, we need to ask ourselves, and I speak very neutral here, both the regulators and the industry, to say, where is the risk? The window opening, to my understanding, came about when the COVID hit and there were a lot of backlogs. The question is, why has the backlog not been cleared? Now, with the industry and with regulators, there are two levels of actions that needs to be taken. And both of them lie on efficiency. The regulators, by nature and default, are not companies or organizations that are given to being, for lack of a better word, efficient. They are ministries, sorry to say. No, I do not say bureaucracy. They are part of a government parastatal. Please mark my choice of word. They are part of government parastatal. And as such, the kind of pressure to be efficient, to my understanding, is different compared to an industry. So, but in all of this, it's still back to that topic. I know if the DG NAFDAC is here, they probably will outline processes that are put in place to make the process efficient. But there's need for more. Now, on the industry, on the other end, it's also not to your advantage for your dossier to be going once, twice, and be coming back with comments. When the dossier goes and comes back and forth, you're also losing time. So both entities are guilty. Can it be better? Yes. And we need to make it better. It becomes a little worse when you are even applying the same back and forth with local manufacturing. You need to give express attention. Not because of preference, but because you know that it is better to manufacture locally than to import. That being said, there are regulations that come up every day. The question is, do we do the proper risk assessment, quality risk assessment to say, okay, this is the risk that this regulation wants to mitigate. If it's a sincere risk or a true risk, why not? If not. But if the risk is minute and the regulation is this high, we may need to find out if we're making things difficult for ourselves or we're making things better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, to the regulator in the room, we want you to be more private sector driven and less bureaucratic. I think we should also give our regulator a minute or two to speak during the question and answer session, if I can take the permission of the NAIP president. Now, I think this session we need to round up now, but in rounding up, I want to ask my colleagues to the left, both of you are in pharmaceutical manufacture. What we're looking today is to leave this room with solutions that we can go to the government with and be able to have a seat at the table, enable the right kind of policies. What in your mind do you think, let me start with you, Pharmacist Ekene, what do you think that the physical and non-physical incentives should be to unlock the potentials of backward integration into the production of APIs, and also increasing the amount of contract manufacturing to ensure that most of our industries are at a 99% production capacity utilization?
Well, it's a very good question, but Dr. Abba said something. We do much talk, but the action is late. It's very easy for us to get to where we want to get. For example, let me start with, let me just point a few things before I conclude. I know government doesn't give us light. They don't give us, the interest rate is high. I know that if you bring these two, only these two factors, put it in Europe and America, under 2 years, the whole company there will collapse. They don't know about it. But we have all of them. We are very strong people. All those, both energy and high interest rate, arboro, different kind of people, police custom, will survive all of them. Good. So now, from the data we have here, they said 20%. That is a very big problem. We just thank God that during COVID, Africans were not much affected like the Europeans. Otherwise, by now everybody must have waken up. So we didn't record much death like Italians, Brazilians, Americans. Now, we map out just like we have drug policies. We have some drugs that are in scarcity. Some of these drugs will probably create another, what they call it, probably another platform for local companies. First, let's feed ourselves. We know that we want to export, but let's feed ourselves first. Then we can export. That platform will now have few these things to do registration. You don't need so much, all those hurdles. I know now that can do that. We don't want to do that, but they can do that. They agreed to do that, but when we see that, during the last NAIP meeting with DG NAFDAC, they said they will see what they can do about it. I just pray they will do that. For us,
and also for everybody. And also the government itself has their own role to play. If government said, okay, their new policy is, or for example, their policy is this: any drug that should be used in hospitals, mostly government hospitals, whether state, the first is that if you have a local manufactured product and a imported product, they must take a local manufactured product. If they start taking, for example, probably instead of maybe Septrin, they're taking cotrimazole from Emzor. Before Emzor supply the whole cotrimazole, you discover that Emzor is going to have a lot of money in her pocket to employ a lot of people. So that way, local companies, since you are patronizing the local companies, most of the drug, you discover that they will do more, they invest more, because they know there's a market for that product. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I want to start from where Pharmacist Yakasai started from, to talk about some of the things government is doing. You know, there's a Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority who is currently working on a project on maize starch. And when I heard about this project, I told myself, I've been hearing about maize starch for over 10 years. Why has it been difficult for it to come to light? There's a reason. There's a barrier to entry there. That barrier to entry, since it's under Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, we need to, look at it and provide solution to that barrier. Okay? So I believe that excipients is a good place to start, especially if we have all the inputs. Also, I know within the bigger group of, I don't know how to explain it now, within PMG Man, there's a consortium coming together to look at APIs. But we also understand that the input for that API needs to be imported. So I'm not quite sure that we have solved that problem yet. Now, what can the government do about that? Well, I don't think we have also analyzed internally enough what we require from them. So for me, I will not attempt to answer it here. Now, we talked about rise of OPEX.
Then can you concentrate on
OPEX?
At least the excipients?
Yes.
Starch, sorbitol, what do you think that we can do?
There is already work on it, which is what Pharmacist Yakasai talked about. But then, for me, the fact that it has not been done in 10 years means there is high resistance or barrier to entry. And that is where the problem is. But I believe that with this Sovereign Investment Authority, that there will be some headway in that part. I want to talk about OPEX, operational expense. Operational expense will go up. Of course, the diesel, the fuel. The only way we can mitigate against operational expense is to increase utilization. Now, the last data that I understand, we have almost 120 pharmaceutical factories in Nigeria. The question is, do we need all of them? What happened to the process of collaboration in order to increase the throughput and the output from each of these factories in terms of capacity utilization? The number of CEOs here were importing. And we know the 5+5 principle for NAFDAC. How many of us now have started, since last year that we spoke in Enugu, have started to engage on local manufacturing of the product that we're importing? These are serious questions we must ask, because for you to do that engagement, it's not going to be 1 year, because you must do the technology transfer and gather the data to go for registration. So it's not when the 5 years is over, it is now. So a number of these questions lie in our courts, a number of it lies in the government courts. My own philosophy about life is that you need to control 100% what you can control, and then you begin to manage the external factors. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. So I'm now going to just ask each of our panelists to give 1 minute as your final words, and then I will try and wrap up today's session. Starting with Amaka.
Thank you so much. So for me, I think a lot already has been said. We really need to concentrate on optimization. So I would like to share the Coca-Cola perspective. we used to have 27 plants around the country. Today we're at 8. And that led to a lot of process optimization. 54 depots, today we're at 22. And the issue in terms of supply chain optimization as well. We no longer own trucks, they are fully outsourced. And that has reduced a lot of our liabilities. And I think there's a lot of learnings to be done there. SAP can be leveraged. There's a lot of data optimization where every store can place an order and you get it at the back end and you can be able to supply whatever is needed. And I think we need to leverage technology in our business, look at our areas of optimization so that we can be very efficient. And for me, as a pharmacist, I really want to say that the balance between local manufacturing and enabling it is there, and getting the regulators to give them priority. But we need to look ourselves in the face and also ensure that we are bringing quality, whether it's dossier or products, because I've seen some of those dossier, they don't qualify. So that's also what NAFDAC, when they actually put some of those bottlenecks, because none of us want to have treatment failure. We are first patients before we are pharmacists. So imagine if someone take a local drug and has treatment failure and dies. So we have a responsibility. And I think that's what we need to look ourselves in the mirror to say, yes, we would take over and be able to provide drugs for Nigerians, but we have to do it ethically and have quality at the back of our hands so that we can be able to reach self-sufficiency. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amaka. Callistus, one minute, please.
Two quick issues I'd like to speak to again. Like I said, first principles will always be very important. And I have witnessed, I've seen the importance of policy. I know how policy is responsible for the growth of the telecom industry that we are enjoying today. I've seen how policy has impacted the pharmaceutical industry in Bangladesh. And I'm saying, look, we need to play a more frontal, a more deliberate, a more intentional role with regard to helping government put together the right policies to move the industry forward. And in doing this, we need to be increasingly collaborative. So let us no longer work in the kind of silos that I'm seeing today. Let us work with economists. Let us work with our colleagues in academia. Let us work with our colleagues in community practice and other sectors. And let's come up with holistic recommendations that we can proudly hold up our chest and beat and say, yes, if we did this, we are very, very sure that this industry will begin to contribute X plus Y% to Nigeria's GDP. And this is what it will translate to for economic growth and development for our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Callistus. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Pharm Chris, 1 minute. Your final words on this very important subject.
Well, I think when we can do that, it's an opportunity anywhere. And but not only we need government help, also PCN, so that they will not, when we are saying about NAFDAC, PCN will not run away from it. Because when you are distributing drug, you say something about quality product. The product moves from A to B. The product that is in the sun, by the time NAFDAC go and monitor, try to check the product, it is because some of the product has degraded because of storage condition, probably through they say NAFDAC cannot come and do that function. That is the work of PCN. So when we are talking about NAFDAC, thank God that PCN are here too. So, but if we join our hands together, and I believe we can, at the end of the day, see light. But we need that government support for us to see that light. Thank you.
Thank you. So just on a lighter note, I was told that we have NAFDAC and PCN here. And they're in between the men with Ashoibi. So, so we will give you 1 minute to speak to. Okay, so Yetunde.
So just like everybody else has said, we need to do more collaborations. We must invest in technology transfer. I must say that the level of some of the technology in which we're operating now is really baseline. So we need to invest in technology transfer. We need to not pay lip service to contract manufacturing. It is the way to go because we must form synergies and as well as continuous improvement. It's very important. The internal strategies for which we would use to overcome this period is lying within continuous improvement. We're talking about external data for other market scenarios. Within your organization, do you have data that talk about your performance of your operations? Please do not think when I speak about operations, I talk about production alone. I'm talking about even distribution, services. What kind of internal data are you getting? How are you trying to improve on those baselines that you have achieved in the previous year? Usually we want to measure performance by revenue, bottom line, and all of that. But there are other metrics. When you go to the FMCG, you see that they analyze it more critically. KPIs. But within the pharma space, even delivery, service, or even production, it's really lip service. And we need to put more emphasis on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yetunde. So before I ask you to give our panelists a round of applause for the amazing work they've done, I have the task of trying to summarize what we've heard today. And I've come up with a 16-point agenda for NAIP. So to start off with, what I've heard, and I'm paraphrasing and adding a few words of mine since you gave me some incredible title earlier. What I'm hearing first and foremost is that we need to get our house in order. We need to be more collaborative, and we need to have internally strategic partnerships. We need to think of co-opetition as against competition. There's a time to compete and there's a time to collaborate. Secondly, we need to have structured dialogue with our regulators and with government. And in the words of Callistus, it needs to be intentional and deliberate. So when I say structured dialogue, that we have a sit down with the Minister of Health or the Minister of State for Health, with NAFDAC, with PCN, in a very organized manner, most likely in collaboration with the PSN, so that we are part of the formulation of the policy and not the people at the tail end of the policy. Third is that we need to have a bouquet of incentives to unlock the potentials of the private sector in Nigeria, both physical and non-physical. Physical that may include things like land, allocation in export processing zones, where we have infrastructure, including energy provided by gas. That's the kind of talk that we need to elevate our pitch when we're talking to government. It cannot be business as usual setting up a factory just outside the skirts of Lagos and we are going to be running on diesel. We cannot change Nigeria overnight. But other industries are doing pretty well. I sit on the board of one company that is a glass company, and we are solely more or less run on gas and have 3 levels of power, and power holding is probably the 3rd or the 4th. So you cannot run it, and when you run a glass company, the furnace goes on, you cannot turn the furnace off, unlike our various ranges. So if they can do it and provide to the FMCG industry, we can do it. The next one is that we need to have access to finance that is affordable, that is patient capital for our patients, that is single digit, and is in Naira. So we need the government to take the $1 billion, but they need to hedge the risk for us in terms of providing that as Naira loans to us that is long-term in nature. You cannot build industry with 3 years and 5 years capital. We have to build on 10 to 15 years capital that is patient in nature. We do not need a concession, but we do need developmental finance. The next one is that we also need to have a specialist task force between the PSN and NAIP. We are in a state of crisis. Our nation is in crisis. All that is left is for us to be put on the ventilator. And we all understand ventilators after COVID. It is important that that task force is tasked with the responsibility on a monthly basis, on a scorecard that we will set in this room, and we will hold our leaders on what they do with government and what we ourselves will do to help support our leaders. The next one is that we need to look at our curriculum. We need to do some backward integration on the skill sets that are required to take Nigeria to the next level. Our pharmacy school, engineering schools are not churning out the kind of skill sets that are required for the modern day technology, utilization of technology. So we need to influence the curriculum. And luckily we have our president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria here in this room, who was extremely instrumental in the last government where we did a presidential intervention. And a lot of those points were raised by him and his committee, of which I had the privilege of being a member. So, Mr. President, we need to make sure that the work we did comes to fruition. And the government, luckily, Dr. Salma, who is the special assistant, a special advisor to the president, is still was a member of that committee and is still very poised to making sure that happens. So we need to take that walk to talk. We need to have and think about IPPs, in the words of Callistus. So let's stop thinking about me, myself, and I, and go back to what happened. In my May & Baker days, May & Baker's name changed 4 times. There were mergers and acquisitions in the industry. It hasn't changed. Why can't we have mergers and acquisitions in our own company and countries? It starts with the CEOs in this room. You are the captains of industry. We are here to support you. Can we set up either a new company, a new IPP? Can we buy together the moribund assets around the country? Out of the 120, can we do a kind of study to say what are the good, the bad, and the ugly? For the good, stay good. For the bad, how do we help them to get a breather? And for the ugly, should they be shut down, closed down if they don't need it and they don't have, and they cannot make GMP and they cannot get to WHO certification? We don't need Global Fund, PEPFAR, and all the other Chai and Co. to tell us what we need. We need to have our own standards for Nigeria, for Nigerians, by Nigerians. We need to have a motto that starts with ourselves. We need to buy Nigerian first and foremost. When I go to buy a pharmaceutical, they always give me the fancy drug. I said, I don't want the fancy drug. Give me the one made in Nigeria, because that's the one I'm sure is not fake. Okay? So we need to make sure that the same things that happen right now, I mean, last 2 weeks, and please, I'm not speaking on behalf of anybody, but a particular company messed us up. Telco company messed us up. We couldn't make phone calls. We couldn't get data. For one day, most of us were incommunicado. We need to start thinking about us homegrown solutions to our problems. I won't say more than that, lest I'm in trouble. So I dare say, Mr. President of PSN and Mr. President of NAIP, we need to have, Chairman of NAIP, we need to have some kind of ring fencing of pricing of made in Nigeria goods. Even if we're 30% higher than an imported drug, the federal government of Nigeria should buy Nigerian first. And then thereafter, when it's not available, you can go for the imported. That will encourage and spur and be an off-taker to investments, more people to invest in this space. And for those of you already investing, to go from your present 50, 60% capacity utilizations to 95. I have many more, but I'm going to have to round up. Infrastructure is a big issue. So there are various export processing zones. When last did we, President and Chair of NAIP, engage the, I think it's the DG of NEPSA? There are various organizations. There is in Lagos, there is in different parts of the country, export processing zones that have tax breaks and have other physical and non-physical incentives, that have infrastructure already in place. Why don't we look for that land, lobby to get that land, and then do the IPO that we're talking about, or rather collaborate with each other to do things differently? Let's think out of the box. Next one, if we do not go back into backward integration and continue to be dependent on importation of excipients, importation of APIs and packaging material and glass bottles, we are in trouble. So we need to we have a petrochemical industry in Lagos under our roof, not far from Lagos itself and Ogun State. How do we use some of those petrochemicals? Has anybody done a study as to what are some of the byproducts of this industry, and where can we poise ourselves, even if not for now, for the next 3 to 5 years? People internationally are planning for Nigeria. They've planned for the last 5 years. We need to plan and we need to execute. The mergers and acquisitions that we talked about earlier, we need to have better economies of scale. We need to share technology. We need to optimize our processes. In the word of our guest speaker, he said process optimization, agility, and being resilient. Our local manufacturers in the room, there is a new policy that this government is going to implement, 5+5. So a lot of them, of the importing multinationals, don't have a factory in Nigeria. Are you poised to do the backward production lines, the technology lines, to be able to manufacture for them in country? That's the kind of out-of-box thinking that you need. We have been told by Yetunde and others that we need to optimize technology. We need to look at our processes. We need to leverage on technology. And by our guest speaker, that we should get rid of our reps and we should leverage on technology. I didn't say so, the guest speaker said so. Guest speaker, you're talking, sir. I said you told us to fire all our reps and to leverage on technology, that we should replace them with mobile phones. I don't think you should take that hook, line, and sinker. But maybe perhaps instead of buying them the cars, you should find a correlation between the mobile phone, the supply chain, and those that have the competency in driving the supply chain. And finally, we should leverage on data so that we make data-driven decisions, and we can use that and apply it to a new generation of Nigerians, create a new set of jobs, and make the pharmaceutical industry the best place to invest and a major contributor to the GDP. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure being your rapporteur for this evening. I'd like to ask you to give this incredible a round of applause. Can we give them a round of applause, please? Thank you. And now we will have the Q&A, and we'll also give the microphone to our regulators to please respond to a couple of the questions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Another round of applause for the Mercurial CAO. Never fails to deliver. All right, quick questions, because the day is fast spent and lunch is being set up. We're going to give an opportunity to representatives of the DG and the registrar to make some comments. A number of intended and unintended bullets have flown around the room. They will speak. And then after that, the keynote speaker is still here. He had to reschedule several meetings to be here. If we still have questions for him to address, not more than 3. And then we move to the next item on the agenda. So let me start by inviting Pharmacist Amuda, Director, Drug Evaluation and Research, NAFDAC, to speak to us. Thank you, sir.
Am I to answer? Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Sorry, I don't want to go to start following the protocol because I will blunder. But you will permit me in this hall to recognize my boss, my mentor, in person of Dr. Eimujese, Monica. Good afternoon, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the DG, NAFDAC, who has sent me here to represent her, unfortunately, she intended to be here, but like Chairman said, like Chairman said, she has to attend to another emergency call. Yes. Yeah. Much has been said by the panelists. I think I will, in order not to waste your time, I will wrap it up to say that there is no going back on local manufacturing. No going back on that, and that is the drive. Like yesterday said, we all have our thoughts or our whatever to share. Don't forget, NAFDAC too is challenged as much as everybody here. By projection, NAFDAC is supposed to have up to 12,000 staff we have 2,000. So I wonder how you want us to cope with 800 pages of dossier by one assessor, and you want delivery within a GV. Thank God to technology, we are optimizing that, and that is what our DMS is doing for you. Yes. Mr. Mike will be able to tell you that we are seriously behind local manufacturers, and we are giving preference to you. Whether you know it or not, I don't know, but he knows better. Yesterday is, that is what I'm trying to say about the dossier. See, dossier, yes. That's why I said Mr. Frank must have, maybe it's possible yesterday is not talking to. Faster. Oh, faster. Yes. And that is why I painted the picture of the kind of number of staff that we are dealing with. You know, by projection, we are supposed to have nothing less than 12,000 staff. But today we have only 2,000. Despite that, we have agreed with PMG Man that we are giving local manufacturer preference to submit more dossier than imported applicants. I hope you are, okay, you are laughing. Oh, sorry. Okay. No,
so we want a door to be opened. We don't want a window.
No problem. See, what we are trying... No problem. Thank you very much. The door, the window, the gate, everything will be open very soon. See, there's one thing I want all of us to take away from here. As much as we are trying to support local manufacturer, we are not going to tolerate poor dossier. We are soliciting for local manufacturing, not for junks, but only for good quality, safe, and efficacious medicine. So bear that in mind. By the time you are submitting your dossier to us, if it is not good, we are bouncing it back. And let me tell you here, the era of going back and forth is gone. If your dossier comes in and it fails once, you wait for the next window. So that is where the capacity building that Yetunde is talking about is very paramount. So please make sure the dossier that you are giving us is meeting the standard. Now, sir. So now see, I still want to challenge us in this room that without sentiment, I have followed DG to several fora, you know, to commission facilities, to do this, and I'm sorry. In the last 6 months, we have visited, let me put it, maybe 10 for commissioning. Maybe only 1 is owned by my brothers in Nigeria. Others are being taken over by this, my brother. Yeah, yes, it's a fact. That is what we are seeing. See, I went to the extent of challenging one of them. I don't want to mention him here. That, please, where are you getting the money from? And he said, it's CBN that is supporting them. Why is CBN not supporting? I don't know. That means you are not assessing the opportunity. You are not utilizing it. And the last one that we went, the Consular General was very, very open. He said they are ready, that they know that Nigeria is poised to reverse the trend 70 to 30 to 30 to 70, and they are ready to take it up. And they are taking it up gradually. If we wait, they will overwhelm us here again. Take it. So, on this note,
all right, thank you, sir.
I want to thank everybody who are in this meeting. I wish you happy deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, so sorry, before the PCN, any questions for the panelists and the keynote speaker? If you do raise of hands, show of hands, just 2. Just 2. Okay? All right, good. So we'll take the 2 of you now, and then Dr. Fulisi comes with his own message after the 2 of them. Thank you. All right, sir. For the keynote speaker and the panelists.
Thank you very much, Pharmacist Gafar Madei. The keynote speaker, sir. In the area where you mentioned the credit, the credit in the system, in the supply chain, manufacturers taking a lot of burden, the NAIP taking the burden in the chain. I believe that if we all advocate for health insurance in Nigeria, because health insurance system will provide, the capital that will benefit the pharmaceutical sector. You rightly said that 60% of the health spending goes on medications. Our health insurance system is such a system that premium is paid upfront. And looking at the premium, that means not less than 2 trillion naira will be available for the players to use. So this will, in a way, will provide enough capital, for the system to grow. So how can we have these advocates, so that all of us will be speaking with one voice to push? There's already, there is a new NHIA Act 2022 that has really helped, because now health insurance is compulsory, which makes it easy for us to really advocate for the implementation so that all Nigerians will be involved. And for those that cannot afford the premium, provision is there for government to provide vulnerable fund for this category of Nigerians that cannot afford. So that this vulnerable fund that is by law made available, it will reduce the amount of money that is available for corruption. So that let them push it into the health sector to help the growth of the system. So how do we get all of us advocating, speaking with one voice to ensure that NHIS is implemented in Nigeria? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir. You take the 2 together for whoever would address them.
Good afternoon, everybody. When the news came out that GSK has left Nigeria, the first thing I said was bye-bye. And the next thing I said, this is a time for pharmacists to cooperate and do whatever gap that was left behind by GSK exiting. I want to thank the panelists. They've really given a good insight into what the problems are, and to Clare for giving a very good summary. And in my own thought, what we need now is cooperation. And as Clare said, it shouldn't be me, I. It should be we, us. And if we all have a common front, we can approach government, especially for policies that will support the growth of pharmacy in all sectors: manufacturing, distribution, and community pharmacy. So I think the next step for NAIP is to have a group of people who can formulate the way forward to approach government for sound government policies that will be implemented. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One last shot. I think CA will just do the wrap-ups, and most of them are just...
Thank you. My question maybe goes to Callis or Anybody? Can we take a decision here to try to look at the Bangladesh model you mentioned? I'm sure Bangladesh took that from India. In 1989, an Indian pharmacist told me in London that before you manufacture, before you register your company to do business in India, you are now made, it was a policy, you are now made to manufacture one of the active ingredients. He cited then Novogen, the Hoechst in India was making the active, metamizole, whatever it was. I think it was metamizole, whatever it was. So he was very emphatic. He said, what are you doing in Nigeria? 1989. So the Indians are around, well, they're part of us. How do we check those steps they took? Marry it with what Bangladesh did soon after. And companies were made to produce the raw materials. Now we're talking about API. It looks like a space technology to us. Okay? But let's even get out from this room and tell the Nigerian government, you can do this. NAFDAC, PCN, whoever is interested. These things have been done for 30, 40 years. So please, there are so many other things. One other thing again is, NAFDAC has tariff for us. Recently, we registered a product, one of our products was imported, registered by NAFDAC. The tariff number is there, the specified intravenous preparation. Custom decided to call it supplement. Registered by NAFDAC as food. And it took us weeks talking about it. By the time we finished, we had maybe 7 million naira, 8 million naira demurrage. And we still paid and still had to comply with custom. How can custom do this in a country? Three-chamber total parenteral nutrition. They call it supplement. And all the, because it has a amino acid and this and that. But how do we resolve such things? There's a lot of pressure. It's so frustrating walking around here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I've been commanded by the past chairman that...
Thank you very much. I won't take much of our time. One comment, then a question. I was commandeered by the president of FPSN, then as the national secretary, to attend the budget presentation. That was last year, you know, and Emefiele was there on the seat and all. And the simple thing that the president said we should tell CBN then was to create a special window for the pharmaceutical industry, right? And because it's an essential industry. He didn't wait for me to finish that question. I said, that would be dollarizing the economy. That was his response. Then a director of operations came afterwards, and I was like, you give a window. We're not asking for concession rate. We are saying that after he left, so I came back again, was a Zoom presentation, that you give people money to go to Hajj at CBN rate. You give people money to go to Jerusalem at CBN rate. For goodness sake, what value does that bring to the average Nigerian? And we are saying everybody buys drugs. And you are saying that's dollarizing the economy. What do we do again? Because we have done that as PSN. Under his, as I'm aware, under his leadership, we did that last year. So what do we do again? Talking about inflation policy and all that. Please help us. The keynote speaker mentioned something which I just need some clarification. 90% of United States of America's wholesaling is done by 3 companies. ABS, Cardinal Health, and McKinsey. I don't know whether I understand what you were saying, that we shouldn't encourage that pathway, because that was the pathway I encouraged when I was the NAIP national chairman. So seeing it happening locally, honestly, was a good thing for me. So please, I would like to get more clarification on that. Thank you.
All right, so CEO, I think help. Who was addressing all the questions?
Sector. There's massive exits. I've sat in so many pharmaceutical conferences, and I think it's first that we need to ask ourselves, let's forget about these government people. Do you know how many exits in Total, in Shell, and all those things happening, and our guys taking over the marginal fields, and billionaires are minted every time? It's a mindset thing. I know how many SPVs are formed, taking advantage of what we call assets, which are marginal fields. And the people are coming together. I still think that pharmacists, we see so many problems. And I was telling me, he said, do you know most times I don't sleep because I get paid based on the amount of excavation of crude that I do. He's the CEO of an oil infrastructure, okay, Muguni or something like that, one of the longest. And he has to go every time to pay the people who are attacking the pipelines and all those things. Despite all that, they are still operating, they are still moving ahead, they are doing sleepless nights, they are posting profit, they have to post the profits. I'm only saying that the problems in this country are not peculiar to the pharma industry. Despite all that, what I think NAIP should do a lot is, what do we do despite all that? I mean, this is creating a context, but I think we are more critical sector. I hear people say critical sector. You don't call yourself a critical sector, they call you a critical sector, with all due respect. 2.5% GDP, we've not done some of the work. The expertise and the knowledge base that is needed for us to have some of these conversations are missing. If you need the consultants, we need to have them in. But some of our conversations, to be able to get them to see us in that way. I mean, I've got some telecom license kind of thing. And we sat in there and we are being addressed. And it was clear with telecom license that they've designated telecoms as critical infrastructure. And I sat and I'm like, okay, telecom license is critical sector, pharma sector, nobody sees as critical sector. What are they doing differently? Back to the question you asked me. So I wanted to create that context again, controversial, but it's fine. The challenge, what I said in that point was the fact that, which is going back to what everybody is saying, the whole of your supply chain is not in our hands. I'm not saying it's wrong to consolidate. The question is, does NAIP own that? You talk about the security of it and all that. The question is, 80% of your distribution, 75% of your distribution is not in your hands. Now let's go back to the person who has this distribution. They used to distribute for the company where I used to work. We had huge gaps, and today we have a more efficient model. And they're out. And 4 other companies in which I consult for. Question, what happened? What did multinationals see in terms of safety, distribution, efficiency, and all that, that we are not saying that 10, 15 years after, we've consolidated 98% and whatever it is. Question is, can NAIP, data, everything not come together to create a rival alternative? If anything happens today, we've lost data, we've lost structure, we've lost the ability to get to the last mile, we've lost competency, we've lost capability, we've lost industrial know-how to somebody else who is mortgaging it for big capacity. We don't need to accept what is the reality. We have huge capacity deficits in the pharma industry. Not so many great thinkers, with sincere apologies. Not so many people with deep competence to make things happen. To even engage policymakers, not so many people. We either need to procure those capabilities, getting consult, or we need to have them in there. But I've sat in so many policy conversations, there's a dearth of expertise. That's the reality.
Can we give our guest speaker a round of applause, please? Thank you. He speaks, he works, he does innovative disruption in various industries. And I think the analogy he has just given us right now is food for thought. But the time is of the essence right now. As I mentioned, we are in our best stead in terms of the enabling environment. Never have we had this opportunity that we have right now with the government saying in their own words that we are now a strategic and a critical sector. Most importantly, if you hear the Minister of Health speak, the Minister of State of Health speak, they keep on talking about the value chain, the value chain. They mean pharmaceutical industry, local manufacturing. So we're in a hurry. The leadership, Ken, you have a lot of work to do. Mr. President, we will support you in every way, but we have a week to make our inputs into the government. Otherwise, they're going to come out with a blueprint with or without our inputs. We're in a hurry. So just to make, as we're speaking, I was having a tete-a-tete with Amaka, and one of the things she said is we need to pitch our tent in the right place. Where do we need to speak to now? Yes, we have to speak to the Federal Ministry of Health because they are the ones singing the tone to the president. Secondly, we need to get into the physical policy space and speak to the people making physical policy. And third, the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council, we need a dedicated bouquet of incentives for pharmaceutical investments. And as I said, we need to read and understand them. If not, the foreigners will come into our country and they will take advantage of all those incentives and we will be on the shorter end of the stick. We need to look at the headwinds where we're seeing exits of various companies. How many of those companies exiting are leaving their businesses to Nigerians? I leave the rest to you. Some of us, and I can tell you personally, I am fighting tooth and nail with one of them to ensure that it stays in Nigeria by us, that we've been here for the last 20 years and that we continue to be their distributor. However, we need the support of NAFDAC PCN to support what we're doing. One of my colleagues talked about off-takers. Sorry, was somebody here? You talked about insurance. Absolutely. Insurance is an off-taker. Just the way is government an off-taker. Why can't government start to buy outcomes and stop paying for equipment and things like that? Why can't they pay for outcomes? And we as pharmacists, it's not just, the doctors are the ones always talking, that we have to be there as a member, as a critical member of the healthcare team. As you said, 60% of the use or the cost of healthcare comes from medicines. So we need to be part of the insurance scheme. We need to be part of making sure central procurement starts to work at both the national and the subnational level. Instead of this issue of buying every hospital, every state, for example, Lagos State has 26 general hospitals. Rather than every hospital buying from each and every one of the industries, why can't the government do one major tender, say exactly what they want for 2 to 3 years? You as a manufacturer are sure that you have a ready-made buyer and you make the investments. Those are the kind of lobbies that we need, that national and subnational buy bulk, so we have economies of scale. You can plan properly, plan your raw material, plan everything that goes along with it. Finally, I like the fact that we should learn. Pharmacist Ikeja mentioned this issue of the Bangladesh example. Let's take the learning lessons, the low-hanging fruits of both the Bangladesh and the Indian examples and transpose them into what we require. Remember that the solution of India and Bangladesh will not fit Nigeria perfectly. However, there are learning lessons. For example, one of the things they did was incentivizing investments in local production. 2, they ring-fenced, encouraged export and gave export grants. That were, even if you're making a loss, by the time you get an export grant of 30%, we can be the major manufacturer. If we don't do this, with AFTA coming on board, we will be the net importer instead of being the net exporter. We need to be a producer and not a consumer. 220 million Nigerians, the rest of the world, are looking at our 220 millions. We're sitting on a gold mine, but it's a rough diamond. How do we take that rough diamond, take all these challenges, and take the advantages and the learning lessons of the oil industry, the entertainment industry? Nigerians, look at what we're doing in entertainment. Look at what we did in banking. From the old tally system to now that I can transfer anything to you in the space of 1 minute. We need to be able to leverage on technology and do things different. Finally, on the issue of customs, the Healthcare Federation of Nigeria, about 3 weeks ago, had a conference. Controller General, sorry. And I unfortunately had the task of speaking directly to him. And one of the challenges we have is the issue of harmonization of HS codes. So if you have challenge with HS codes, I would ask you, please bring it forward. I will be the champion for you on the HS codes. We will bring it as part of one voice for healthcare. We have to have one voice. But this is now about importation, not necessarily about local production. But we need to be able to speak with one voice. He is ready. He sees and spoke to us. I know sometimes when government people speak, it doesn't always, match up. But we are going to hold each of our various leaders that came for that conference accountable for what they said. And he did give us a commitment. And in fact, he gave us his personal numbers. If I won't say much about that one because it didn't work. But anyway, gave us a number to call him and somebody else to call me if we have issues. So I think, again, we cannot stop with the strategic and structured dialogue. It's very important that we have these opportunities, but beyond the talk, we have to walk. And we have right now 1 week, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, to get a position paper to ensure that we influence that policy paper that's coming out in 1 week. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. Thank you to our panelists.
Thank you very much, everyone. All right, so that you don't do too much exercise, I know you need it. There are plaques waiting for you. So maybe just take a group photograph of the panelists and keynote speaker while I invite the BOT chairman to come and do the honors of the presentation. Professor Liribale, please come help us make the presentation of awards to our panelists. Yes, so you can take the group picture with the panelists. Chairman, you can join them. Quick presentations now. First one to Pharmacist Clare or Omatseye.
On behalf of the Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, we'd like to present this to my mentor, who has not taught me how to make dollars and plenty money. Congratulations. Thanks for being the chairperson. We are grateful. All right. Thank you.
He needs to explain this issue of mentor to me.
Pharmacene.
Next, we'd like to give to the Pharmacene Agolu. Thank you. Time for being a panelist in this event. So we are really grateful for your efforts. Thank you.
Pharm Yetunde Adigun.
The Technical Director, Swiss Pharma. Thanks for the opportunity for serving as a panelist. Thank you.
Pharmacist Amaka Oyemelukwe.
Pharm Amaka Oyemelukwe, thank you for being here. Okay. All right.
Okay, Pharmacist Callistus Okorua.
Mayoga, Pharm Callistus Okorua, thanks for being a panelist in our event. Thank you. Is it better now? Okay. Next.
FPSN President will help with presentation to the keynote address speaker. Pharmacist Gbenga Afolabi.
Okay, keynote address speaker. I can see the wife, so if he's not around, I'll call the wife.
He's here.
I have the singular honor to present this plaque to you for the erudite lecture, and I'm tempted to ask my Vice Chancellor to make you an adjunct professor visiting and be able to talk to our students. We are grateful and we say thank you. Whenever we call on you, please do not hesitate to honor our invitation. Congratulations. Sir.
Next, we will invite the chairman of the occasion, Dr. Odumodu, yes, to receive his award.
On behalf of NAIP, we want to thank you for sharing the occasion. Today has been something else and really wonderful. And okay, this way. Okay. Okay. Are you okay now? So congratulations for sharing the occasion, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so after receiving the award, the chairman will now present the next set of awards to award of appreciation to the top sponsors for this program. Swiss Pharma, representative of Swiss Pharma, please come up. Pharm Ibrahim. They are the ones who made this happen. Representatives of AfriHealth. AfriHealth, please. In appreciation of your sponsorship. Representative of AfriHealth. AfriHealth representatives.
So on behalf of NAIP, this is to present the appreciation award for your support and contributions towards this successful conference. Thank you.
Okay, AfriHealth. That's NAIP saying thank you. Okay, so let's. Okay. All right, photograph. Okay, so, all right. After this, just 5 more minutes and we're done. We'll take and then of course the lunch table will open. But we need to still maintain the. All right, so let's. Okay, let's take our seats. We are winding down now. Let's take our seats.
Life, one major thing is important. Staying healthy. Really?
Yes, of course. Because it's important that you know what to do. And that's why you need a doctor.
I beg, I don't have time for doctor when no service TV.
Not yet. I'm talking about doctors who are up to date and qualified.
I always have to go to the hospital to see a doctor. But the wait time is tiring.
Healthcare technology took a giant leap forward with the launch of Riga Plus, the groundbreaking medical super app from AfriHealth. Consult with doctors virtually, order medication from a pharmacy, order an ambulance in an emergency, scan drugs to verify authenticity.
Strain and Plan. Is there anyone from Strain and Plan in the room?
Healthcare revolution today. Take control of
Strain and Plan.
like before. Download
Strain and Plan.
Healthcare technology took a giant leap forward with the launch
Hello,
of
one house, please. Hello.
the groundbreaking medical
Please, the program has not ended, though.
Consult with doctors
The representative of Strain and Plan. Strain and Plan, is he
Order an
here?
ambulance in an emergency. Scan drugs to verify authenticity. All in one convenient app. Join the healthcare revolution today. Take control of your health.
Strain and Plan.
Download Riga Plus.
You think like one major thing is important. Staying healthy.
Representative of Strain and Plan.
Yes,
If
of
you are here,
course.
come here,
Because it's
please.
important that you know what
We want to start
And that's
going for
why you need a
lunch
doctor.
in a very organized manner.
Not yet. I'm talking about doctors who are up to date and qualified.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
To see a doctor. But the wait time is tiring. And I don't want to lose my time.
Now that's why Riga Plus app is here. You can save time, jump the traffic, beat the hospital
Shina,
fees, and access healthcare
come and take your
services
job.
with just one.
What is Riga Plus?
Riga Plus is the medical super app. You can connect qualified doctors virtually at any time, any day. You can order medications and get them delivered to any location of your choice. You can even order an ambulance in a medical emergency.
So what have we been waiting for?
Members of our high table, Mr. President.
Is now in the palm of your hands.
Mr. President,
So how do you get here?
please can you leave the high table to go
Play
for
Store or the App Store
lunch?
to download. Sign up.
Distinguished
You are
ladies
on
and
the way to
gentlemen,
having
it's
your
time
best
for
healthcare
lunch.
experience ever.
We have enough to go around, but we need to do it in an orderly manner.
Thank you.
So let's
Where are the ushers that support? Where are the ushers that support? I think my brother. Let them go.
So we'll be having the special guest table first. Kindly accord them the honor, and then the rest of us can join.
You guys should follow our BOT chairman. See at that end, sir. It's buffet. It's buffet. Yes, sir. Madam, you're not joining our lunch. Yeah. God bless you. While that one is going on, we are going to call on ECN registrar, heavily represented by the zonal director here, to come and give us a brief message for 2 minutes. After which the national chairman of Buddha will take the floor. Please, let's take the lunch in a highly organized manner. Please, the lunch. Please, let's welcome the Registrar, Pharmacy Council of Nigeria,
Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, NAIP, presents 2024 Economic Outlook and CEO's Forum.
Thank you very much.
Navigating
the
through
President,
the economic headwinds.
PSN, the Chairman, NAIP, all protocols duly observed. The Registrar is unavoidably absent and has sent me to represent him. But as we have been here since morning, most of the things the Registrar would have said have been shared with us. But I would just want to create your indulgence to talk about some of the things he said and then close. It is with great pleasure that I'm addressing you as we collectively navigate through the strong economic headwinds facing Nigeria. And in this challenging time, the pharmaceutical sector plays a pivotal role in ensuring the health and well-being of the nation. As captains of pharmaceutical industry, you are aware of obstacles we face in our pursuit of delivering quality healthcare products to the Nigerian people, from fluctuating currency value to supply chain disruptions and regulatory challenges. The path ahead may seem daunting. However, one of the key pillars in overcoming these economic headwinds is effective regulatory oversight, and the role of regulatory agencies in ensuring the safety, efficacy, and quality pharmaceutical products cannot be overemphasized. It is imperative that we work hand in hand with regulatory authorities to streamline processes, eliminate bottlenecks, and foster an environment conducive for innovation and growth. At the same time, we must remain vigilant in upholding ethical standards and compliance with regulatory requirements. Transparency, integrity, and adherence to best practices are essential in building trust with stakeholders and safeguarding public health. Furthermore, collaboration and knowledge sharing is more effectively and drive sustainable growth in the pharmaceutical sector. In conclusion, while the economic headwind in Nigeria may pose significant challenges to the pharmaceutical industry, we also present opportunities for innovation, collaboration, and growth. By embracing regulatory compliance, fostering industry collaboration, and upholding ethical standards, we can navigate through these challenges and emerge stronger and more resilient than before. Thank you for your attention. Before I close, I just want to speak to what one of the panelists mentioned about monitoring products, and I want to encourage all the industry players to key into the National Drug Distribution Guideline that is being carried out by government. The coordinated wholesale center has taken off, especially in Kano, and you can see what happened even by last month. We were in courts, and thank God we won, and we want all the key stakeholders, industry players to support us. And
let's have the noise level down, please. Ladies and gentlemen, even if you're on the queue, let's have the noise level down. We have a message. We have a message from the registrar, and it's very important. Let's keep the noise level down, and we'll be done in a bit. Thank you very much.
So I talk about the National Drug Distribution Guideline. Let it not be that the manufacturers are those that are scuttling the process. Let's cooperate, and we'll talk about the coordinated wholesale centers that have been constructed across all the geopolitical zones in Nigeria. And of course, to court, even last month we were there, but we won the case. So we want you to be in our support. And flowing from the WHO maturity level 3, we have categorized our inspections now to risk-based assessment. We will not be coming to your factory every 2 years for routine, as we have said. Rather, when we visit you, based on the risk by each company, we are categorizing the inspections. It can be 5 years, depending on the score that each company gets during the inspection. It can be 5 years before we come. It might be 3 years, 2 years, but sometimes it may be twice in a year, depending on the risk that is posed by the company. And finally, I want to appreciate the government of Nigeria. We're talking about headwinds, economic headwinds in Nigeria. And, the keynote speaker he said heavy winds. I want the government of Nigeria, through the assiduous work of our of the Honorable Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, and our registrar, the PSN president, and other stakeholders, otherwise the heavy winds will have been heavier. Assuming we have to pay for the salary of all the staff in 36 states, the stakeholders will have been made to pay, but that has gone down now. The Pharmacists Council of Nigeria feel the pulse, the economic turbulence proceeds, and is doing everything it can. To
2 minutes. 2 minutes. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stay on already established protocol. I represent Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, LASEPA accredited consultant, Lagos State Government, and the National Environmental Standards and Regulations Enforcement Agency, NESRA accredited consultant. I think it is very important for us to encourage and at the same time appreciate the management of NAIP. The management of NAIP has done a lot, and we are also appreciating the fact that they are in compliance with the provisions of the National Environmental Regulations. Great Joe Charlotte International Limited is Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, LASEPA accredited consultant, and the National Environmental Standards and Regulations Agency accredited consultant. The National Environmental Standards and Regulations Enforcement Agency, NESRA, who we consult for, is the regulatory body on environment in Nigeria of the Federal Ministry of Environment, charged with the responsibility to enforce all environmental laws, guidelines, policies, standards, and regulations in Nigeria. It is also empowered to prohibit processes and the use of equipment or technology that undermine the environmental quality, and to enforce compliance with all international and multilateral agreements, protocols, conventions, and treaties on the environment to which Nigeria is a signatory. The Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, LASEPA, is also charged with the responsibility of managing and protecting the environment in the states to ensure a safe and a healthy environment. I want to say that compliance is key for all sectors across the country, and I want to say that the relevant legal making documents which is being prepared by accredited consultant are the environmental audit reports for all the manufacturing companies. We have the environmental management plan for all the warehouses owners and all of that. The risk is to ensure that we avoid environmental degradation. However, it is also important to put on record that environmental and sound practices in all sectors is the key. In all the manufacturing companies, in NAIP, and in all sectors, to ensure that the regulatory body will be happy. The government, both Lagos State government and the federal government, will be happy with the sector that are in compliance. One of the main thrusts of this regulation is to adopt sustainable and environment-friendly practices in environmental sanitation and waste management to minimize pollution. The provisions of the regulations require some facilities to put strategies in place to control environmental pollution, and the provisions of regulations stipulate that all tangible items producing facilities must have environmental impact assessments, and at the same time ensure that they have the audit report and the environmental management plan. I want to say that government is open and willing to dialogue with all sectors. As we speak, we have a lot of sectors we have been negotiating and dialoguing with government for ensuring compliance. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to appreciate the Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, NAIP. I want to also appreciate the PMG man and other sectors that are in compliance with the regulation. And I want to assure you that we will ensure that all your sectors or your facilities are protected as we carry out these regulations. We will ensure that your facilities and your businesses are protected while they are in compliance with the regulation. Thank you very much. We do appreciate. And I wish you a very good day. Thank you very much.
Healthcare technology took a giant leap forward with the launch of Riga Plus, the groundbreaking medical super app from AfriHealth. Consult with doctors virtually, order medication from a pharmacy, order an ambulance in an emergency, scan drugs to verify authenticity. All in one convenient app. Join the healthcare revolution today. Take control of your health like never before. Download Riga Plus.
You feel like one major thing is important. Staying healthy. Really? Yes, of course. Because it's important that you know what to do. And that's why you need a doctor.
I beg, I don't have a doctor to study with you.
Not here. I'm talking about doctors who are up to date and qualified.
I always have to go to the hospital to see a doctor. But the wait time is tiring. I don't want to lose my time.
Now that's why Riga Plus is here. You can save time, jump the traffic, beat the hospital queues, and access healthcare services with just one doctor.
What is Riga Plus?
Riga Plus medical super app. You can connect qualified doctors virtually at any time, any day. You can order medications and get them delivered to any location of your choice. You can even order an ambulance and medical emergency.
So that's how we've been waiting for.
That's because whatever you've been waiting for is now in the palm of your hands. So how do you get the app? So it's simple. Visit the Google Play Store or the App Store to download. Sign up and you are on your way.
The Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria NAIP presents 2024 Economic Outlook and CEO's Forum. Theme: Navigating through the strong economic headwinds in Nigeria. Keynote Speaker: Pharmacist Dr. Gbenga Afolabi, CEO Hazon Holdings and co-founder Wellness Healthcare Group. Chairman of the occasion, Dr. Joseph Odumodu, FPSN, MFR, former DG CEO Standards Organization of Nigeria, SON, Rapporteur on Coordinating Analyst, Pharmacists Clare, Omatseye, FPSN, MD CEO, JNC International, Chief Host, Professor Cyril, Usifoh, FPSN, FPCPharm, FNAPharm, President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Host, Pharmacist Onuegbu, FPSN, National Chairman, NAIP. Date 6 March 2024. Venue Providence Hotel, Ikeja, Lagos, 12A Oba Akinjobi Way, GRA Ikeja. Time 9 a.m. prompt. This hybrid event will be streamed live on PharmaStream TV YouTube channel. Subscribe today for instant notifications when the event goes live. Announcer Pharmacist Patrick Ajah, MD CEO May and Baker Nigeria PLC, Chairman Planning Committee. The Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria NAIP presents 2024 Economic Outlook and CEO's Forum. Theme: Navigating through the strong economic headwinds in Nigeria. Keynote Speaker: Pharmacist Dr. Gbenga Afolabi, CEO Hazon Holdings and co-founder Wellness Healthcare Group. Chairman of the occasion, Dr. Joseph Odumodu, FPSN, MFR, former DG CEO Standards Organization of Nigeria, SON, Rapporteur on Coordinating Analyst, Pharmacists Clare, Omatseye, FPSN, MD CEO, JNC International, Chief Host, Professor Cyril, Usifoh, FPSN, FPCPharm, FNAPharm, President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Host, Pharmacist Onuegbu, FPSN, National Chairman, NAIP. Date 6 March 2024. Venue Providence Hotel, Ikeja, Lagos, 12A Oba Akinjobi Way.
Welcome to AfriMedical, where innovation and precision come together to shape the future of medical device manufacturing. Our state-of-the-art syringe manufacturing area holds essential materials awaiting their transformation. At the heart of our operation, the latest injection molding machines tirelessly produce syringe barrels from plastic of our operation. Come together to shape the future of medical device manufacturing. Our state-of-the-art syringe manufacturing facility operates 24/7